Good morning. The Committee on Parole is called to order. We are convening at St. Tammany Parish Jail. Today is Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025. My name is Cheryl Renatza, serving as chairman today. My colleagues on the panel seated to my left, Mr. Steve Prater, to my right, Mr. Pete Freeman. We're at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Would staff introduce yourself?
Desmond Cavalier.
All right, and St. Tammany, we have before us Mr. Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Willie Smith. My DOC number is 718-626.
Yes. All right, Mr. Smith, and you have counsel on Zoom today. Ms. Yazbek, would you enter your name into the record? Oh, we're trying to get her in. She's not in yet.
Yes,
I think she just got in.
Yeah, my lawyer about to put on
Is she there? Ms. Yazbek? Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself and enter your name into the record, please?
Yes, Rachel Yazbek on behalf of WILLIE SMITH JR.
Okay, and you are retained counsel?
That's correct.
Okay, so I don't have to go through the parole revocation questionnaire questions. So the case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. I'm gonna turn it over to him.
Okay, Mr. Smith, I'm gonna read your violations, and after the violations, you can offer any testimony. I see where at your preliminary hearing, you didn't wish to offer any because you said we couldn't violate you for misdemeanors. And that's a misnomer. I can tell you that right now. You can't get violated for these offenses. So I will not engage in any criminal activity, nor will I associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars and casinos. I will refrain from illegal use of drugs or alcohol. You committed the offense of illegal possession of stolen things less than $1,000. No driver's license, expired vehicle inspection sticker, and dealer temporary demonstration and transportation identification. This is evident by your arrest by the St. Parish Sheriff's Office on 7/27/25. You had no plea and said you had not done nothing wrong. Okay, so what kind of testimony you want to give me saying that you didn't do none of this?
I really didn't. I had just bought the car, and when I bought the car, I ended up getting pulled over, and I didn't know the temp tag was stolen. I mean, I bought the car, and it was already on the car. I bought a person to own the car, so I really ain't commit any crime. I just got pulled over.
Did you run?
No, sir, I ain't run. My car had insurance and everything on it.
Ma'am, the attorney can help him out anytime you want, ma'am.
Yeah, so if I could add to that, thank you. I'm aware of this case. Obviously, I'm handling it in St. Tammany. It is my understanding on Monday that the misdemeanor possession of stolen property is going to be dismissed and the tickets will remain. My client did not run. Essentially, they found later that I think the temp tag was taken or was a stolen temp tag. But he had paperwork to document that he had bought the car. So it was a little, he didn't know that that was stolen. So I can tell you St. Tammany's going to drop the actual misdemeanor and just keep the traffic tickets. And that's been confirmed by Daryl Sims and the supervisor in St. Tammany.
Okay. Okay. The other violation was I will pay supervision fees in the amount set by the Louisiana Department of Corrections pursuant to Louisiana State revised statute. Payments are due the first day of each month. You're currently $1,892 in arrears. Why haven't you made any payments, Mr. Smith?
I had just got a job. My parole officer had just got me a job 4 months ago. It's been hard for me. I had a newborn. I just had a newborn. My son just passed away a month ago, not even a month ago. And it's been hard. It was hard for me to get back and forth to work. I worked an hour away from home. I had to pay somebody to get back and forth to work. My people had just saved us some money for me to get a car. I never even bought the car. My people bought it for me. I've really been haven't money to take care of my responsibilities.
Okay.
And just to reiterate that, I don't know if he was clear, his infant son was born while he was incarcerated and then passed away while he was incarcerated.
Very sorry.
Yeah.
My condolences. Okay, and how long have you been out, Mr. Smith? 1/13/23, you were paroled, am I correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Have you had any other problems beside this?
No, sir, this is the first problem I ever had.
Any busted drug screens, anything like that?
No, sir.
No technicals?
No, sir. I never had a tech. They gave me a tech. They said they was giving me a 15, 30-day tech because I caught a felony. When they brought me here, they said, the people up front said I never had a felony, so I don't even see why I'm still sitting in jail. So they said they was gonna give me a 15, 30-day tech. Then they came back 16 days later saying I can't do a tech because I have a felony. I just went to court in October, my first court date, and they
You're
said,
ahead right now, so don't talk yourself out of my decision, okay?
So I think let me clarify. Yeah, because he's kind of going all over the place. So basically what he's trying to say is, when he was arrested for this case that I'm on, the misdemeanor, possession of stolen property and the traffic.
Right.
Yeah. So basically I think, it was believed to be misdemeanor initially because it was a misdemeanor arrest. And then
Probably off tech, right.
yeah, and so they were going to give him a tech, and then for some reason somebody was saying it was a felony, and so that so there was some confusion. But ultimately, when it came out of the DA's office, it was just a misdemeanor in traffic.
Okay, I'm ready to go. Y'all have any questions?
Why didn't you have a driver's license?
PNP officers.
I can't hear him. What he said?
I couldn't hear him either.
Why did you have a driver's license?
I never had a driver license before.
Well, then what you doing driving?
I was trying to take care of my responsibility. Like I said, I have a newborn baby on the way. I have bills to pay. I've been trying to help while I lay my head at. So that's why I was driving. I worked in Hammond, Louisiana. I stayed in Covington. I only had the car for like a week. I ain't really even had the car long.
Do you understand there's some responsibilities that the state determines that you have that you don't have a choice in?
Yes, sir.
One of them's a driver's license. You've been out since 23. And you driving around without a driver's license. How could you get insurance if you didn't have a driver's license?
Because the car is my mother's car. She bought it for me to get back and forth to work because she was tired of bringing me to work in the morning.
How come you were argumentative with the parole officers and talking over them and all? They thought so much of it, they put it in their report.
I really wasn't trying to talk over him. I was just trying to get him to understand me, but it's like he was telling me one thing and I was trying to tell him what the paperwork was saying. That's all it was. It was just a miscommunication.
You said officers on the phone? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's hear from his probation officer. Do you have anything to add?
Good morning. I'm sorry I'm late. I thought we were starting at 9. Agent Avity, Supervisor, Covenant District. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, good. Yes, sir. I'm sorry I missed the first part of it, but unfortunately, Mr. Willie was arrested. He had new charges with the I'm trying to get my stuff together because I was again trying to St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office. Those charges are still pending. Looks like that's not going to be taken care of possibly till February or maybe late January when that's going to be
not
done.
correct.
But
It's going to be handled on Monday.
Long
Yeah.
time.
Daryl Sims is going to dismiss the theft misdemeanor, and he's just, the traffic will remain. So that's
Okay.
what's happening on Monday. Yeah.
okay. But at this time, we brought Mr. Willie in. We tried to speak with him. The main thing he kept saying was he was arrested for a misdemeanor and wasn't a violation. We were trying to explain to Mr. Willie being arrested is a violation of your parole. And again, he was being very argumentative with us, consistently stating that it wasn't a violation. A misdemeanor arrest is not a violation.
Yeah, I saw that.
So,
Okay.
so when we tried to have a preliminary hearing with him, again, we barely got through the preliminary hearing because he again was stating that the misdemeanor arrest was not a violation. It shouldn't be a violation. We had some issues with the police report, roughly driving around at 1 o'clock in the morning. Police report stated that a male subject ran from the vehicle. When they questioned Mr. Willie about that subject, he stated he didn't know who it was. It was a hitchhiker he had picked up. We thought it was pretty odd that he would pick up a person wearing dark clothing, wearing a dark hoodie, according to the police report, at 1 o'clock in the morning, to drive him down the road as a Good Samaritan act. And again, we were just trying to explain to him a lot of things, and we could barely get through explaining everything to him in the 2 occasions I did have to talk with him. The male subject that ran from the vehicle also was wearing a backpack, according to the officer in the police report. So we were.
So where was he caught at? Was he caught right then, or he
He was never
caught
caught,
later?
as far as I know. As far as I know, he was never caught. He just, it's someone that ran from his vehicle. And
Okay, so it wasn't him.
That's correct. Yeah, it was the other individual in the passenger seat, and he ran and he was never apprehended.
Okay. Got it.
so I took care of this matter because the supervising agent was on FMLA leave at the time. So as supervisor, again, I brought him in to talk to him about all these things, and we had with his not understanding what the violations were and everything else, we had to go forward with a preliminary hearing. And again, we're here today. Our suggestion is revocation because apparently he, had some other things while he'd been on supervision, but this was obviously the most dramatic thing that he's done since he's been on supervision.
Okay, thank you for participating. Appreciate it.
I apologize for being late.
No problem. Any rebuttal before we vote?
Yes, if I could. So Mr. Smith, obviously, yes, there was an arrest. But when all things are considered and when the DA's office has looked at this, they're going to drop the misdemeanor and it's just traffic remains. And I understand even an arrest is a violation. However, he was just trying to get back on his feet. He lost his son. He's been in jail since the date of this arrest in October. I mean, it's been, I think it was October. It's been a minute. I think he's, as far as the violations go, I mean, if he were to plead guilty to the misdemeanor, he'd be finished with that time. So it's just, and I get that may not be a valid argument for y'all, but it's just a very minor thing when looking at it in totality, considering, him doing a lengthy jail sentence, for what would amount to traffic tickets. And, I would just, as far as, Mr. Willie, I know he has a place to live. He's, trying to get his job back. I think he already has something lined up from what I was told. So he will be a functioning member of society. He just wants to get out and, continue to rehabilitate and then provide for his family.
Okay. Questions from my colleague?
No, I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Smith, your compliance date is 10/22/26. I revoke you today. You got 4 months credit for time served. He's been in jail 4 months. By the way, I was just looking at that. And it's gonna be traffic, which you could have gotten a technical for, but you wouldn't listen long enough. I'm gonna tell you this, don't get mad. You need to learn how to listen and not talk, okay?
Yes, sir.
Very, very soon. I mean, the probation officers, I got a feeling he wouldn't have probably even arrested you that day if you wouldn't have kept on and on to where it got to the point that they felt they had to. But I still don't see enough here to revoke you today. So my recommendation is that we give you a reprimand and that continue on supervision and do not drive till you get a license. That is illegal. I know your mother doesn't want to get up, but Better pay somebody $5, $10 a day to bring you to work. That's all I can tell you.
Yes, sir.
That's my vote today.
Mr. Prater.
My vote is to revoke you. I know everybody keeps saying traffic, but the truth of the matter is, the officer in his report says it was a smell of marijuana. Somebody runs from the car with a backpack at 1 o'clock in the morning. You're a felon. You've got some serious charges in the past. Switch tags, basically. I don't know if that was a charge or not, but nobody could recognize that car or get the tag on it if you were to commit an armed robbery. You've been out for quite some time and never had a driver's license. You could have gotten a driver's license. I don't think you're living up to the, as your attorney said, being a functioning member of society. That ain't a functioning member of society to me. That's my personal opinion. My vote is to revoke.
All right, Mr. Smith, I was concerned too about the smell of the marijuana and the time of day or night, whatever, that this all occurred when you had no business being on the street. I think something else was going on. You are arrested, which is a violation of your parole. So my vote today also is to revoke your parole.
Okay.
Today, parole's vote, sir.
What she said?
You're revoked.
I was revoked.
Yep.
Two members of the board voted to revoke you, one voted to.
I guess. Okay.
All right, good morning. We are now Orleans Justice Center. Here, Mr. Eric.
Yes, ma'am.
You introduce yourself. Tell us your DOC.
Eric Adams, 604-622.
All right, and you have counsel today. Let's see, we have Mr. Strauss. Would you enter your name into the record, please? You're on mute.
Can you all hear me now?
Oh,
Okay. Good morning, Marty Strauss on behalf of Mr. Adams. Yes, I'm counsel representing him today.
and then we have also the Public Defender's Office, Terry Pierce. Also here in support, Miss Adams, Eric's sister and cousin, Jerry L. Green, who are also here. So today, Mr. Adams, you're here for a revocation decision. I'm going to read the allegations against you. We'd like to get you to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. I can get to it. And then we'll discuss your plea. Mr. Strauss, you can interject at any time you think you might need some assistance. Here we go. Okay. So you're accused of violating parole, specifically condition number 4. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I hear a lot of background noise behind you. I just want to be sure you can hear me.
I can hear you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're accused of violating condition 4, and it says that you committed new criminal conduct of disturbing the peace, second-degree battery, possession of a firearm or weapon by a felon, domestic abuse battery, and domestic abuse child endangerment on or about February 25 in New Orleans. Those charges were not crossed August 14, 2025. How do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty. Can I ask a question?
What's that?
During the preliminary hearing, he found no proper cause on two or three of those charges. So I'm trying to see how that goes.
There. We'll get to that in just a second. I'll explain. And then you have condition number 10, which has to do with your fees. It says you haven't paid supervision fees as scheduled for $1,950 in arrears.
Yes, ma'am.
So you guilty or not guilty to that?
I can say guilty to that because
Okay.
I haven't had a job and I've been taking care of my kids and my grandmother. So it's been hard for me with that situation.
Okay. So this is what at your preliminary hearing, this is what was found. It says, with regard to the domestic abuse battery, domestic abuse child endangerment, probable cause was found.
Yeah, with those two.
Regard to second-degree battery and convicted felon in possession of a firearm, probable cause was found for the second-degree battery. No probable cause was found for the possession of a firearm. Okay, and then condition number, I didn't say number 5, so that's it.
All right.
So you were right. No probable cause was found for the firearm. So tell us about your not guilty.
What is that noise? I can't.
Can you get them to close the door behind you?
It's closed. It's an echo in his room. That's all.
It's just echoing in the room.
Let me see if I can turn it down a little.
Yeah, maybe if you turn it down, it would.
Just check.
How is it now?
That sounds better. Thank you. So tell us what happened that day.
I was in a relationship with Jerry L. Green, and instead of me just letting her know that I just wanted to have fun with her, I lied to her and told her I wanted to be in a relationship with her. So I can take accountability to that because I played with her, played with someone's feelings and laid them on and made them think that I wanted to be with them when I only wanted to just have sex with them. But I was dealing with another female on the side, and the female got pregnant. And when she got pregnant, it was a big old convulsion. They had fights. They was fighting. So Jerry L, instead of her letting her know, the police know what really happened, she was mad at me and told the police that I hit her. She's in here. She's.
I know she's here. We'll hear from her in a minute. Now I have her listed as your cousin. Is she your cousin?
No.
I don't know why they listed her that way. Let me fix that. I'm gonna list her as a friend. All right.
Yeah,
So you're saying you didn't hit her?
Oh no, ma'am. No, ma'am. I didn't hit her.
So this says the reason probable cause was found, it was based on the visual observations of Ms. Green's injuries by the officer, and she claims she lost consciousness.
No, but I didn't hit her. She'll tell you I didn't hit her. She had a fight with the girl, and instead of telling her the real reason, what happened, she just told him that I hit her because she wanted me to hurt how I hurt up when I told her about the sex part. She'll tell you the story.
All right, we'll listen to them. Hold on. Y'all have any questions of him? I'm gonna move on. So let's hear from Jerry L. Green. Is it Jerry L. Green or Hall?
Jerry L. Green.
Okay. What do you have to tell us?
Everything Eric said was true. He did not hit me. I was hurt. I wanted him to hurt. So I lied and said he did it. I knew he was on parole and stuff, and I knew he had a background and stuff. So I just knew that he was gonna go to jail, and I just wanted to hurt him how he hurt me.
Okay, so, did you get in a fight that day with somebody else?
Say it again.
Did you get in a fight
Yes,
that
I got
day?
jumped.
That day? That same day?
Yes.
So it just happened, you got jumped on the same day, you kept a bloody shirt on, with a
Yes.
bloody nose and a swollen eye
Yes.
all day long.
All day.
Okay, that's not very. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else you want to tell us? Ms. Green? All right, so we'll move on to Ms. Adams, Mr. Adams' sister. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name, please.
Good morning. My name is Warney Adams.
Good morning. Tell us what you'd like us to.
I'm just here on behalf of my brother. And I'm a school teacher. I teach 7th grade science here in Orleans Parish. And on behalf of him, and my family, I would like to say that we want Eric home in order for him to be a part of his kid's life. They're growing up without a dad right now. And my mom is taking care of 2 of them due to Eric being incarcerated. But one of them is a 2-year-old boy, and he asks about his dad all the time. I believe that if Eric comes home, or when Eric comes home, he will be able to be a stand-up citizen, do the right thing, and stay on a straight path so that he can be an influence on his children. And day by day, I believe him being away from his children, it's not easy on anyone, especially not the kids. So I would love to see Eric come back home.
All right, well, thank you. We appreciate your input. Mr. Strauss, can you help us out any? What can you tell?
Yes. So I have a bunch to share. So once again, my name is Marty Strauss. I'm the attorney for Eric Adams. Today, we're asking that Eric Adams not be revoked and that he be released back on parole into the support network that the Orleans Public Defenders, as well as his family, are ready to provide for him, with any conditions that the board would recommend. I did submit some written documentation. Did y'all receive that?
You did?
Okay. Have you had a chance to review that?
Yes, we have.
Okay. So I'll go through that, but I won't. I'll go quickly, understanding that you've been able to review it. So Mr. Adams is someone I've really enjoyed having the pleasure of representing over the past year. I know that he's a man who has made mistakes. I also understand him to be a man who's experienced deep trauma, who knows that he's made mistakes and is determined to change, and is surrounded by a remarkable amount of love from his family and those around him. Mr. Adams's background was compiled by our social work intern, Erica Fuste, that highlights sort of some of the difficulties he's faced in his life. I think most notably the death of his brother, holding his brother in his arms as his brother passed away. And then sort of, I think Ms. Fuste put it more eloquently than I can say today, in speaking, but taking that trauma and using that to move forward and become a father and commit to his family and put back into the world the opposite of that violence that was used against him, to put back love into the world, and become this amazing father and brother and son, and family member. And so if you have any questions about the background report, I'm happy to answer them. But I'll move on from that.
Okay.
Assuming
Yes,
you've
sir.
read it.
All right, we're ready. Go on.
We also have a reentry plan prepared for Mr. Adams. So I'm going to let Mr. Peters speak more on his specific part of the plan that's included in a letter, which will include referrals to services as well as direct peer mentorship by Mr. Pierce on a weekly basis. And then, but I do also want to speak about the reentry plan that's sort of created through these letters of support. And so there are 5 letters of support from various family members, from Mr. Adams's grandfather, his aunt, his 2 sisters, one of whom spoke today, and his mother. And those letters of support are both, asking this board to exercise its discretion and release Mr. Adams back on parole, but also within them there is a plan for him to become more stably employed, to refer him to employment, both by them helping him line up opportunities in sort of the physical logistics way of doing things, and also the emotional support that may be needed to make sure that one stays in stable employment and pushes through these needing to work through to get all of the supervision fees in the future, as well as pay back his supervision fees in the past. I detailed that in my written letter as well, but Mr. Adams acknowledges his mistake as far as not paying supervision fees and also not being communicative of the fact that he wasn't able to pay supervision fees. He understands now he has to be a lot more proactive, and that even if he's unemployed, it's not an excuse to just not pay the fees. He needs to work with his parole officer about that unemployment. He needs to show that he's making efforts toward finding employment, and the support network that's set up is one thing, but from my conversations with Mr. Adams, I know that he knows that the support network isn't going to do it for himself. He needs to jump into that and jump in as if almost as if he didn't have a network, and jump into finding employment. And I believe he is prepared to. And see, so let's see. So I'll talk now about the charges that, separate from the supervision fees, the charges that led to Mr. Adams' arrest. Mr. Adams, as he said, I think I'll echo his words, that he did not hit Miss Green, but he does acknowledge that he was in a toxic relationship, that he was unfaithful, and that there would have been better ways to manage that relationship, apart from infidelity and through better communication. Let's see, you know, if this board wants to make it a condition, he's prepared to stay away from Miss Green, to move on from that part of his life. And then as far as the allegations themselves, he did not commit them. He did not do these crimes. The charges were fabricated by Miss Green. As early as 6 days after his arrest, she recanted her statements. I did include a notice of information, which is what the state provides when they have Brady material, as in evidence of Mr. Adams' innocence. They provided this in May with details about how on at least 4 separate occasions, Miss Green had gone to the district attorney's office, informed them that he had no weapons, that he had not hit her, and then provided text messages as well that show her saying, I told them that you had a weapon. I'm going to be calling the police. You want to cheat and make me look crazy. Now it's my turn. I'm putting all y'all in jail. And so there are injuries as part of the allegations, but there isn't that necessary corroboration of Mr. Adams being the injuring party. And Miss Green's word has now been sort of fully impeached by multiple recantations. I'll note she also sent a letter that I included in the packet about what she said today, that she was hurting because of the infidelity and she wanted him to hurt too, and that she knew that he was on parole and she wanted to use that he was on parole to get him in jail because she knew it would hurt him. And she also wrote that he's a great father to his kids. He's been taking care of his grandmother since she's gotten ill. Since he's been away, her health has been declining. He's missed holidays, birthdays, first days of school with kids. And so I'll just close, and I want to turn it over to Mr. Pierce too, but we're asking the board today to exercise its discretion and show mercy to Mr. Adams. The charges against him were ultimately dismissed. I did want to mention that. It has really been, yes, I remain, open if the board has further questions. It's really been a pleasure representing Mr. Adams. I think he really deserves the chance to go back out to be a productive member of society, and we are prepared to put the guardrails there to make sure that happens. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Pierce, if that's all right.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. How you all doing? And happy holidays. I've had the pleasure to communicate with Mr. Adams on several occasions. I had meetings with him, and discussions with him about life in general and about the things that he's been through in life. I've also had an opportunity to learn that he is just like a lot of other guys here in this city of New Orleans that are having problems after being convicted of finding jobs and employment. He has been working with his grandfather, making money enough to help provide for his children and to take care of himself. This is probably why he was having trouble with the fees. It is my intent to, if the board consider is making this a part of his conditions of parole, for him to come and consult, to check in with me every week. And the program I intend to enroll him in is right in the same building where we work. And to have him check in with me on a weekly basis, documenting his check-ins, having him sign paperwork, and to report myself to take this paperwork at the end of the month to his parole officer, showing where he's complying and keeping up, and give a report on his status for each and every month, to make sure that and be a hands-on mentor with Mr. Adams to help him, because I understand what he's going through, and he's got a misconception about life in general, just like a lot of other young men, where they want to have a girlfriend and they want to have a chick on the side, which is improper, because we have daughters ourselves. And I brought this conversation to him. How would he feel if someone was doing that to his daughter, dating her and dating someone else on the side?
Yeah, we
like that.
We understand that. Just finish laying out the plan you have for him.
Excuse me?
Just laying out the plan you have.
Right. The plan I have to have Mr. Adams check in with me on a weekly basis, and I will also have him sign paperwork showing where he's checking in with me, and take this paperwork at the end of the month with a document report and turn it over to his parole officer myself to assure them that he's complying and keeping in order. Anything go wrong, if he's not doing something right, I will make sure to document that as well. Because Mr. Adams has to learn, just like every one of us, that life is very important and his freedom is at stake right now. And he have to learn to comply with the rules and regulations as he was doing when he was incarcerated. And there are rules in this world that he must comply with. And I'm willing to help him in every way I can to help him get home to his children and his family to spend this Christmas holiday with, as being he missed Thanksgiving.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pierce.
You're welcome.
Let's go on and start with some questions for Mr. Adams.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Adams.
Yes, ma'am.
So you've been working with the Public Defender's Office?
What you said?
Been working with the Public Defender's Office? But you've been out for quite some time. I'm just really concerned about you. I don't buy what Ms. Green has said at all. I'm concerned when I read about her injuries. I'm concerned about the risk questions that she was asked the time she made the complaint. And she says that you're a violent person.
Ma'am, I promise, ma'am, I did not put my hands on her. My background, I never since, and I have a background, I have a limited background of going to jail since a juvenile. I never had anything dealing with a woman hitting a woman. I never put my hands on her. Now, did I cheat? Yes, I cheated, and I got the woman pregnant. I did. And you know how some women are spiteful sometimes. They'll get mad. She found out I was cheating. Not only was I cheating on, I got somebody pregnant, she wanted to hurt me. But I did not hit her, ma'am. I swear, I did not put my hands on her. I did not put my hands on her. You can look at the text messages. I did not put my hands on her.
All right, we're going to move on. Any questions?
No, be honest with you, I'm more concerned about the firearm than anything. She says she saw you pick up the firearm, walk out of there when she woke up, who was laying next to her. No, I have no questions.
That's right.
No questions.
All right. So, I don't know what to do, Mr. Adams.
Man,
I also am concerned about, the allegation of the firearm, even though the officer found no probable cause.
man.
I agree that the public defender's office seems to have laid out a pretty good plan for you. I'm not sure you'll follow their plan.
Man, I promise I'm gonna follow. And he already told you, if I mess up, he gonna report it and you can take me from my, just give me one chance. If he make
All
one
right,
mistake-
you better stop.
Stop, yeah.
All right, I didn't see in the record any history of domestic abuse reports between you and Ms. Green or really anybody else. I'm willing to let you work the plan by the public defender's office,
Yes, ma'am.
reporting weekly, maintain full-time legal employment.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just one vote, so my vote would be do not revoke.
Ma'am,
Mr.
I promise.
Voting, Mr. Prater.
I don't know, I don't know where the injuries came from. That's what bothers me. I mean, and every week we have people up here saying they got beat up and they come back a few minutes later and say, no, I didn't get beat up. And so it puts us in a situation of having to determine whether you beat her up or not. And so it's well, I won't get into all that. I'll concur with what you say.
Okay, you have been in jail 10 months, and I can see why they couldn't prosecute the charges. I'm gonna go on and concur with my colleagues. But there will be no contact with the victim whatsoever. So if you try to have a relationship with her again, you're going to jail, because I'm kind of iffy. I know I definitely don't believe the story whatsoever, but you have been in jail almost a year. So that's my vote.
All right, you're getting a chance. Don't disappoint us.
And we need to send that lady to a don't lie course.
All right, thank y'all. Is there anything further needed or?
All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at Louisiana State Penitentiary. Today is December 3rd, 2025, and the time is 9:42 a.m. Warden, would you and your staff please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. I'm Darrell Vanoy. I'm the warden.
Ashley Olivo, Deputy Warden.
Reginald Admiral, classification.
Carmen Shipley, Vendor Records.
Jody Sturgeon, Program Consultant.
That's it.
All right, thank you. And
Thank
we
you.
have Mr. Williams before us. Mr. Williams, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. My name is MILTON WILLIAMS. My DOC is 348231.
All right, and you have counsel with you this morning. Counsel, would you introduce yourself?
Good morning, Board. Adrienne Hutchison, attorney for the Louisiana Parole Project, here on behalf of Mr. Milton Williams.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Williams, let me just read the information into the record and we'll get started. So you are currently serving a 99-year sentence for a second-degree murder conviction in Orleans Parish. Your sentence was originally a life sentence. However, it was commuted December 7th, 2022 to the 99 years with parole eligibility. So your parole eligibility date was determined to be December 7th, 2022. And that's why we're here today. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Prater, so I'm going to turn it over to him, sir.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Prater.
What I'd like to do to start with is for you to tell us exactly what you did to get you there, what you've done since you've been there to make us convinced that you're rehabilitated and truly a different person. We hear that a lot. I'm not the same person I was. I want you to convince me you're not the same person you were.
Yes, sir. October 21st, 1993. I was at home. We were having some tile work done in Milton Jr.'s bathroom by a man named Fred. My wife, Mrs. Karen Denise Sturgis Williams, and I ran a small plumbing business. I got a call from one of the regular customers. I checked with my wife and I told her that I had a call to go out to do a plumbing job, and did she want me to ask Mr. Fred to leave or let him finish doing the ceramic tile. She said it was okay. Go ahead and do the plumbing job. I went out and I went and picked up my helper. My helper and I went on a plumbing job. We did the job, and on the way back, we decided to stop and get a few drinks. So we did a little drinking, and before I knew it, it was around 9 or 9:30 at night. I headed home. I dropped him off first, and I headed home. And when I got home, my wife was fussing about me being drunk. Went on a plumbing job and stayed out and get drunk. So I was trying to build a case on her by having the plumbing guys, the tile guys still there. And I started telling her what this guy doing in my house at 10 o'clock at night. But really, I didn't suspect nothing. I was just trying to stop her from fussing at me by building a case on her. So I walked around her, and she still, Fred, at this time, Mr. Fred left. And I walked around her and she still was fussing. I went up the stairs and I went in the bedroom and she was still following behind me fussing. I took off my clothes, was preparing to go and take a shower. She would not let me go in the shower. She was constantly telling me about myself. And I knew she was right because she had told me so many times about my alcohol problem. And I just didn't I wanted her to stop because what she was saying was right. And the gun was on a nightstand. I picked up the gun, waving it around, trying to scare her. And evidently, my finger hit the trigger and I pulled the trigger and shot my wife. And when that happened, I dropped the gun and I ran to my wife to see, but she was not responsive. So what I did was I grabbed the phone and I called my mother-in-law and I told her what happened. And then when I hung up from her, I called 911. And I talked to them on the phone for a while, and my son came in the room and asked me what happened. And I told him I had the gun in my hand and the gun went off by mistake. And I turned my wife on her back and I started doing chest impressions because I had CPR training. I was doing chest impressions. She started breathing and I checked for a pulse. And when I checked for the pulse, she had a slight pulse. So I turned on her side. And by this time, the police was at the door downstairs. So I ran downstairs and opened the door and the police came in and I led them upstairs to where my wife was at. Then they brought me downstairs and read me my rights. And then the EMTs came and they went upstairs, and by this time the police took me and brought me to the police station and arrested me for second-degree murder. I went to trial, got convicted, and sent to prison. While in prison, I thought about what I had done, and I did an evaluation on myself. I took inventory to see what's going on in my life. I realized that my life had become unmanageable. So I finally admitted that I was powerless over alcohol and mind-altering substance. So I took advantage of the opportunities that the Louisiana Penitentiary have to offer for its education, therapeutic classes, such as Alcohol Anonymous, Living in Balance 1 and 2, Substance Abuse, Anger Management, Victim Awareness, Thinking for a Change, and several other classes. Over the years, because of the education and the training and the factual knowledge, I learned to use rational thinking to make better choices in life, to overcome my addiction, to build healthy relationships, and live a pro-social lifestyle. Now, I realize education, training, and factual knowledge won't guarantee excellence, but excellence is impossible without it. I learned through Alcohol Anonymous that being addicted to alcohol and mind-altering substance is a disease, an incurable disease, but it can be treated. Perhaps the most impressive example, the courageous transformation achieved by millions of members of Alcohol Anonymous. At my last parole hearing, I was admonished to take Thinking for a Change, Victim Awareness. I took Thinking for a Change, and in Thinking for a Change, I learned to pay attention to my thinking, realize the risks, and use new thinking. In the STAR program, I learned that your thoughts turn to feelings, and your feelings will determine your behavior. In victim awareness, I learned empathy. I learned that the victim family have rights. I learned that the victim family deserve the utmost respect. Not only is the primary victim, the secondary victims as well, even the unborn children. I was given an opportunity by the reentry program to be a lead mentor. When I came to this prison, I came here a licensed plumber. I worked in every camp as a plumber. I even did the VIP section in the rodeo arena. In every phase of plumbing I've worked. And in 2013, when I finished New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary with an associate's and a bachelor's degree, I was offered the job as a lead mentor in the reentry program. I was given a golden opportunity to learn how to deal with so many personalities and to be the father that I should have been to my children. And I have over 50 or 60 graduates that came out of my class from all across the state of Louisiana. I've taught the plumbing trade to Angola students, Felt students, and many, many reentry students to help cut down on the recidivism rate. I even taught life skills, not just plumbing, but I taught life skills, and I told them my story so that they won't have the same problem that I had. I told them the dangers of alcohol. I told them the good about getting a trade and how they could make their family happy, their children, their wife, their mother, and try to avoid coming back to prison. I've taken.
Mr. Williams, let's hold your thoughts right there. And let's move on to the board, and then we'll come back to you before this is over with. If that's okay with you. A person can only listen for so long and retain what's been said. And you got a very interesting story, and I don't think I've ever heard an interview any better, anybody better prepared than yourself. And
Thank you, sir.
let's pause it right there. And if that's okay with you, Ms. Hutchinson, and then we'll move on. Warden, what about this fella?
Well, as you said, Milton spoke very well for himself, and how he spoke to you today is how he carries himself every day here. He went through everything that he's achieved since he's been here, and that's correct. He did leave out that he was honorably discharged from the Navy in '74, and that's about the only thing that he left out that's on my list. But he's a model guy. He's a trustee. He's a lead mentor. He does exactly what he told y'all that he does every day. He's a model president.
Okay. Well, I trust you and I respect that word from you. We'll take that into consideration also. Okay, Mr. Williams, what we'd like to do now is hear from some of your supporters, and then we want to hear from, we've got a few people that may want to speak in opposition to this request, and then we'll come back to you and ask some questions and let you finish up your response or what you had to say. And so, having said that, let's move on to Ms. Hutchinson. We'll save you till last, if that's okay, of the supporters. And Andrew Hunley, would you start us off, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Andrew Hunley, representing Louisiana Parole Project, here to confirm to the board that Milton is a client of our organization, and should the board grant him parole release, that our organization is prepared to accept him into our reentry program. As the board's aware, this is Milton's second parole hearing. We stood by him during his previous hearing, and for many of the reasons that Milton described, that his attorney will describe, our organization has great confidence in his ability to be successful if he's given an opportunity at release. And we base that on his institutional record. He obviously has an excellent disciplinary record, an excellent work record, and he's gone above and beyond with the reentry program and training many young men to become plumbers who have gone home and have had successful careers. I know the board oftentimes tasked at figuring out if individuals, if they're granted parole, can they abide by the conditions? What I would point out to the board was after denial, Milton did exactly what the board asked him to do. He took the programming that was expected of him. He didn't quit being a mentor or give up. He's continued to do what he's done over the last few decades. He's an exceptional parole candidate as far as our work is concerned. We have great confidence that he would be able to follow all recommendations and requirements, and that's based on what we see that he does day to day in prison and what he's done since his last parole hearing. If he is granted release, we have great confidence that we're going to be able to help him with employment, although Mr. Wilson's, in his 70s, he is in good health and employable, and he's great skilled, and his trade is one that is often highly sought after. So we have great confidence we'll be able to connect him to employment. We would let the board know that we've expressed to him that we would like him to remain in housing with us through phases 1 and 2 of our program before he moves on to his long-term address. But just in summation, we have great confidence in his ability to be successful in our organization. I know you have letters from our organization, from our social work team, who's done an assessment and are prepared to help him enact a sobriety plan upon release, and also our employment program, who's prepared to assist him with employment. We have already invested a lot of time and are ready to invest all the resources our organization has to offer to ensure Milton's long-term success. And I stand by to answer any questions you may have about his reentry plan. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We appreciate the work that your organization does, and we appreciate those words. Now, Mr. Williams, we'll hear from your daughter first, and then we'll move on to your granddaughter. So, Carol Webster, the daughter, and she is at LSP. Would you talk to us, please?
Hi, how you doing? I'm Carol Webster.
Hey.
I want to start off by saying that I go to Bible class, and in my Bible class, they teach us forgiveness. And in forgiveness, we want to release somebody from something that they did and understand that they don't really have control over everything. And I do understand that we have somewhat control because we're in these vessels, but God has dictated how things are going to go no matter what. It's in the Bible, and it said that at the end of times, things are going to go a certain way. We can't escape some of those things. We can't. I'm going to secondly say that my dad was a good dad. He was a good dad. I can't give him no shakes on that. He taught us many things. how to be responsible. We work, we have jobs, we take care of ourselves, we socialize with each other, we keep in good positive conduct so where we don't get in any trouble. Now, we all as kids had problems, but we've learned that you can make a mistake, you can get another chance. My mom, this is third, my mom was a very forgiving person. She taught us about forgiveness, and she also believed highly in second chances. And they were in love. They loved each other. I saw lots of that. We grew up with a lot of love. I can't say nothing negative about that because I learned how to love growing up with experimenting, but I always had a solid thing to look back on, some solid stuff of what you're not supposed to do, what you can do, things like that as well. I feel like he should get out. I feel like God is in control of this. I'm gonna say that again. And I forgive him. And I could speak for all the siblings. We forgive him. And we don't have a problem with him being out. We actually need a father figure in our lives. We need that. Our children and the grandchildren are also missing out,
Yes, ma'am, I understand. Okay, let's move on to the granddaughter.
Actually, excuse me, our third speaker was Mr. Mead. I'm not sure. We didn't have did you?
I've got KNIA.
No, I don't have no granddaughter that's gonna speak.
Well,
I think they're just
Not a
this is
granddaughter.
a big day for you, isn't it? No, I'm just kidding.
They're just watching and support. Mr. Mead is the third speaker.
Okay, KNIA Williams, is that who you're talking about?
Yes, they're just here in support watching. We have Mr. Mead present who is gonna speak, the third speaker for support.
Okay, let's hear that then. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Dr. Mead.
Dr. Mead, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'm grateful for this opportunity to speak for Mr. Williams. My name is Dr. Patrick Mead. I'm the senior pastor for our Safe Harbor Church. We have about 80 men in this facility, and so we're down here to visit them frequently. I'm also a former psychologist who went on to become a neuroscientist, and I train federal law enforcement agencies in this country, Canada, and also in Europe. So I've got a lot of experience talking to both sides of the wire. I'm not in the habit of speaking for incarcerated individuals. In fact, in my 68 years, this is the first time I have come to a hearing on behalf of a prisoner. And I've made this exception because I believe that Mr. Williams is exceptional in every single way. I've known him for 4 years now. And some of our members who have known him for much longer, one of them said recently, he is the most rehabilitated man I have ever known. And I concur with that assessment. I read his packet. I've visited with him. He has taken every step, every course, every opportunity to become a new person, a better man in his time here in a penitentiary. And that leads me to the reason really why I felt motivated to come and speak for this man. People need the promise of hope, the possibility of redemption. We're wired that way. When our hearts are changed and when our minds have been cleansed, we seek ways to become free of who we used to be. We search for a renewal. I see that in Milton. If we rob a man of his ability to be redeemed and renewed, we not only kill his spirit, we kill the spirits of others who have witnessed him do these ceaseless efforts. See the fundamental changes that he made with great determination and effort go for naught. I don't want us to see him dismissed, his prayers, the countless hours in counseling, the 12-step programs. He's moved from being a man out of control and addicted to a man sober, clear-minded, and a spiritual leader among his men. I do understand the need to punish people for the wrong they've done. Mr. Williams has been punished for decades. I know the pain caused by taking a human life lives on in the family and community forever. I know that personally, and I know that that must be true here. But the community also needs faith, hope, and love. Those three things that St. Paul said are all that remain. And if they're taken from us, what kind of people will we become? These are not questions I'm asking you as much as I ask myself when I see this situation. Mr. Williams is not the man who committed this crime anymore. He's a thoroughly changed individual. Every cell in his body has been replaced many times, but more important, he is a new man spiritually. He's become a leader. I will call him a noble man, a spiritual guide, and he's a trustworthy friend. He is welcome in my home. He is welcome in my life. He has a church behind him as well as many of his family. He has friends to make sure he has a soft landing on the other side of this flyer. So in conclusion, I know of nothing more a human can do. And what I'm asking you to do, and I know your job is difficult, but I'm asking you to recognize the reality of the new Milton Williams and restore to him and to those who are watching the outcome of this proceeding, the possibility of redemption, of faith, hope, and love. That's my request and prayer. And I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Excuse me, I got a throat problem. Ms. Hutchinson, would you talk to us, please?
Thank you, board. I got a little throat problem too. So I think what we see here today in his hearing, as well as his previous parole hearing, his clemency hearing, warden's comments over time, the consistency we see is that Milton has spent decades pouring into others. In my brief I've submitted, you'll see evaluation letters from students that talk about him turning his plumbing class into a life skills class. One student saying that, he wants us to be successful working and family men. He teaches me to be the skills that I need to be a better father, son, and man in society. Milton wanted to add character, integrity, and respect into his class because these were young men whose sentences won't require them to be incarcerated for the rest of their life. So they still had a chance. And he didn't want them to make the grave mistake that he made. But at his last parole hearing, the board asked Milton to do some specific things. They asked him to now pour into himself. They asked him to focus on his crime, his victims, and the elements present in his life at the time, and address those factors in the downward spiral that he had been leading at that time. And so you'll see in my brief on page 10, I go through all the classes that he has taken since that hearing. We've had 12 classes, STR, long-term substance abuse, Thinking for a Change, the RDAP, so the residential drug abuse program, and the Bible study class, as well as victim accountability letter training. So he has done everything that the board had asked him to do for himself, to work on himself. He had known once he got in that there was a diagnosis for PTSD and alcohol use disorder from his military service time. But taking these classes helped him confront the thinking that accompanied those diseases, right? And so criminal and addictive thinking forced Milton to confront the ways that he justified his thinking throughout that time period, believing that the provider gave him the kind of permission to behave in that way. And believing at that time that he had control over his alcohol use, which he's admitted before you today he knew he didn't. He knows now that he didn't. So he has confronted the abuse over the family, the manipulation, the intimidation that went on during that time. In the victim accountability letter training, I think he was able to get the tools needed to speak to the loss that was felt across the board by the family. He did Thinking for a Change. I believe he spoke to you all about having to slow down those thinking patterns and recognize and lead with respect and integrity, things he had already kind of put into his classroom, but just with a better understanding. You've seen from us his comprehensive reentry plan with support from LPP, but also you see present the support of all his children. And I want to say, I do truly appreciate his children remembering the good times. But if you have a conversation with Milton, he is more than willing to acknowledge the hard times and the times that he wasn't the best father and husband and friend. But that he has this forgiveness that is not often given to somebody. And I ask the board to look at that type of motivation for a person to maintain change, when you have the forgiveness of your children. Lastly, and this is just because it was not in the brief, I have spoke to Mr. Williams. You all are aware that STR or LPP at any time can deem, if he needs any type of alcohol blockers post-release, he is 100% willing to go with those recommendations, and we know STR has done it before. So because he would kind of have dual support from STR and LPP, there is that extra layer of support for his alcohol use disorder. So we just ask that you look at the total package of the work done before and everything that he has done post the last parole hearing, and offer him a second chance with any conditions the board deems necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll move on to those in opposition, and the first will be Miss Linda Smith, and she's here. Okay.
I want to say that, first off, I forgive him, Milton, for taking my sister's life. I forgave him a long time. I couldn't live in peace and not forgive. On October the 21st of 1993, he took away from me what I can never, ever get back. And I'm hearing all the wonderful things that he's done, that he's doing. My sister could never do those things. She loved her husband. She loved her children. She was a very cheerful, happy-go-lucky person. I left home in 1975. My husband was in the Air Force and we traveled. I miss my sister every day. When we talk about our plans whenever my husband retired from the military, getting together again, doing things that sisters do, and seeing sisters happy, enjoying each other. I long for her. And to come back close enough, didn't go back to New Orleans, but we were in Texas, close enough where I can visit. But whenever I go home, I really couldn't see my sister. There were times, I remember when we were going overseas, she begged me, Linda, don't go. I really want you to stay here, you know. She thought it would be the last time that we saw each other again. That was 1983. It broke my heart to actually leave her.
But before I left, I tried to see her. And I knew that she wanted to see me. She said, "Don't leave until you see me." My husband came back to get us for us to travel overseas. We went to the house the night before to try to see her. Nobody would answer the door, but you could hear the children in the background. The dogs were let out in the yard. My husband told me to go get in the car. He stayed at the door to knock. Finally, Milton came to the door. He let us in. My sister was in bed. Covers pulled up over her head. She would not pull the covers down. He beat her up. That night. I hear all the wonderful 30 years, but she endured more than 10 years of violence. More than 10 years of violence. Through pregnancy, and it sometimes it seemed it didn't matter what she did. There was still violence. We prayed last hearing. I've been praying every day since I heard about this hearing. My prayer was not, "Lord, don't let it get out." My prayer was not, "Lord, let him get out." My prayer was, "Lord, let thy will be done. Let your will be done." You know his heart. I know my hurt. I know my pain. And my hurt and pain has not eased over the years when I think about her. She was 42 years old. And she will forever be 42. I can't get back what was taken. He can get out and he can enjoy a life, a good life. But I can't get back what I had. I watched and I heard the pain of my mother during that time. I remember the nights coming home from work. I had a little peace when I was at work. I didn't have to think about the loss. I didn't have to think about what he'd done to her. But the minute I pulled in my driveway, depression just weighed me down. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes at night, all I could see was the vision of him pointing that gun at her and her falling. And then I would get maybe an hour or two of sleep and then have to go to work the next day. Over the years, since her death, my address has remained the same. My phone number has remained the same. We never heard a word, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it." But as far as not meaning to do it, I feel if you're gonna pick up a gun, you intend to use it. And you intend to inflict harm. So like I said, I forgave him because that's what God expects of me as a Christian woman. But thy will be done. Thy will be done.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairman, would you?
Yeah, Ms. Smith, just wanted to clarify something, and thank you so much for your comments this morning. It's very meaningful. He's not allowed by law to contact any of you. That's why you have it. Just so you know.
the comment was really regarding, during the last hearing, we were asked if, and it was addressed to him, had he written a victim's statement? Never.
Yeah, there's a program called Victim Accountability Letter, and he can, and I don't know if he's written one or not, but
Okay.
you can, if you fall to ask.
Now, to me, if it's intended to give, then it should be.
Yeah, we can't give it to you. He can't give it to you.
Okay, let's move
Warren,
on then.
I think Warden had something to say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Warden Benoit?
Yes, ma'am, he did write that letter.
Okay, we'll let him know. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Okay, let's listen to Miss Sheila Craig, another sister.
Good morning. Morning. I'm the baby girl. And I want to start when I share by sharing some pictures, because I want to humanize my sister. This is my sister. This is my oldest sister. I want you to see her face. And when you look at that smile, that's who she was. She was a person that when she showed up, there was sunshine and blue skies. Beautiful inside out. This is her. I want to also make a few comments. One, the day my sister was murdered by Milton, I was on the phone with her. Sometimes I would call her before I got off from work. And I used to work for the state of Louisiana. And I would call her towards the end of the day and we'd have a conversation. But this particular day, and it was before 5 o'clock, she and I were talking. And she was telling me about the gentleman who was laying the tile. And that Milton was angry. But she said she was also angry because the man purchased a cheaper tile than what they paid him for. So she was upset with this gentleman and arguing with him about the tile he purchased and was laying down that wasn't what they paid for. While we were on the phone in the conversation, Milton Sr. came home. It wasn't 9 o'clock. It wasn't 10 o'clock. It was around 4:30, 5 o'clock. And Milton Jr. was in the house. And the reason I know that was because they started arguing immediately while she was on the phone with me. And she said, Sheila, I have to go. Milton is angry and I need to deal with this. And it was related to the guy with the tile. And my sister was a person that didn't back down. She felt she was right, she wasn't going to back down. And so they had words back and forth and they argued for hours. Milton Jr. was in the den doing his homework. And when that gun was pulled out, we were no longer on the phone because she had hung up. When Milton Jr. was in the den, they were arguing back and forth. She was standing in the doorway. He was standing partially in the doorway. And his 11-year-old son watched him shoot his mother at point blank range in the head. So much so that the watch she had on had brain matter in it. The reason I know that is because my other niece gave me that watch after my sister died. And I noticed that there was something in there. And it was the matter from my sister's brain. The other thing I want to say is that Milton did not call my mother to tell her what he did. We got a call about 11:30 that night from NOPD. I was there with my mother when the call came. And they said, we need to talk to your mother. There's something wrong with your sister. And I drove my mother to their house while the paramedics tried to revive my sister. And they weren't able to, they had her, she was conscious, but not fully. My mother rode in an ambulance with my sister to the hospital. And as she would say, she could hear my sister gurgling on her blood while she was trying to regain consciousness. They were not able to revive her. I never heard that story until the hearing 2 years ago. My mother's been living with me for years. She's with me now. That was my first time hearing that story. My story was that I went with Milton Jr. to the police station to give his account of what happened. And he shared his story of how his dad shot his mother in the head. Not by accident. The gun didn't fall, as he tried to say. There was nobody on the scaffold when they were doing construction on the house. None of those stories were true. When they called when Lil Milton, he didn't call 911, Lil Milton did. And when he called 911, he tried to get him to tell them it was an accident. But it wasn't an accident, because he had pulled the gun on her many times and held it to her head. And as she would tell us, playing Russian roulette. This is not a one-time situation. My mother and I went many times to my sister's house. One time I went with my brother, my nephew, and my 2 babies, because my sister called me and she said, Milton beat me with a baseball bat and I can't stand up. I need you to call the police and get over here. And I went. And when I got to the house, he wouldn't let me in. And I told him, you're gonna get out of my way and you're gonna let me get in there and check on my sister. Eventually he moved. When I got inside, he had a gun on the wall. And my nephew says to me, Auntie Sheila, he said, we have to leave right now. My daddy's gonna kill all of us. And I didn't know what to say to that. Because after I walked in there, I realized I put other family members in danger. So I said to my nephew, I said, your daddy loves you. He's not gonna kill you. And my nephew said to me, when my daddy is angry, he doesn't love anybody. Now, the way I know that story is because his previous wife was also abused and beaten and run out of the house naked. The way he started doing plumbing was he worked for Sewage and Water Board. He gambled with coworkers. One of them lost and didn't pay him. He went to work and beat that man with a pipe and he lost his job and then he became a plumber. Now, my sister said she forgave him. I had to, because I wouldn't have been able to live my own life if I hadn't. But forgiveness doesn't mean I want him released. Forgiveness doesn't mean he's even ready to be released. And I understand there have been a lot of good things that have happened. I'm not denying that. I'm glad. I'm glad he's teaching plumbing. I'm glad he's doing classes. I'm glad he's working on himself. But when you've had a lifetime of abusing other people, I just question whether it is the right thing. I also know it's not my decision. It's your decision. And you're gonna go away and you're gonna take in everything everyone has said. And what I expect is that you will vote your conscience. And it doesn't mean that you're gonna agree with me. But whatever your decision is, we're gonna accept it. We are going to accept it. And we're gonna walk away from here and still support our family, no matter what side of the aisle they're on, as we have for many, many years.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does the mom feel like talking?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, let's hear Miss Evelyn Sturgis.
Sure, that's fine.
Sure. Does it do my listen to me? Did you take it?
Sure. Good morning.
My name is Beverly Sturgis and I'm mother Karen, my oldest daughter. Oh, this reminds me of the day that he killed my daughter. It was about 10:30 at night. And my other grandchild was at our house and he came in. I think I was ironing, getting myself ready for work the next day. And he told me, he said, Granny, he said, there's a phone call for you, it's the police. I laughed because we tease each other and I thought he was teasing me. And I said, Lord, police not calling me. And I knew I had never been in jail. I've never had anything to do with the police. So they called to tell me that something had happened to my daughter. But he wouldn't tell me what. I tried to get him to tell me. And he said to come over right away. And I was living, this daughter was with me. So she said, Mama, I'll bring you over there. When I got there, they had police cars all around, people out. And I tried to go in the house. They wouldn't let me in. They would not let me go in the house. Because I wanted to see her. I wanted to see what was wrong. And finally, after a long time, they came out and told me that she had been shot by my husband. And they still wouldn't let me go in, but they said they were trying to stabilize her before they take her to the hospital. And they never could stabilize her. So they brought her out, put her in the ambulance, and I sat in the front seat beside the driver. And they had her on the gurney on the side behind the driver of the ambulance. And I could hear some gurgling sounds and mostly probably with death sounds. And it was so loud and so, I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that. When we got there, they took her and they put us in a room. And after we were in there a while, they came and said that she had passed. And they said they asked him, they said to come and let me go and see her. And when I went in there, her eyes were wide open. And someone closed her eyes. And I could see the wound in her head and the blood. And that was the most awful sound, most awful thing. And even when she was alive, sometimes she'd fall asleep with her eyes open. And I've never known anybody else that would happen to, but that would happen. And so when she passed, her eyes were open. I'll never forget that moment. But I've forgiven Milton too, long time ago, and it's not revenge. But I just pray that he talks about all the good stuff he's doing, and that's good. But when you kill somebody, you don't have remorse. I've never heard him say, I love my wife, and I'm sorry that I killed her. I'm sorry I took her away from our son. He was 11 years old, almost a baby, in a sense. And he went to jail. My daughter is dead, so that left him an orphan. He didn't have anybody. He didn't have either parent. So my oldest daughter, Linda,
She took him to live with her. We were in New Orleans and she was living in Texas. And she came and got him and took him to Texas and raised him. And she treated him like she treated her own children. She was like a real mother to him. And I just love him so much, and I was so sad to see him having to go through life knowing his dad killed his mom and loving his mom and can't have her here to be with. But
Thank you, ma'am. I know this is difficult.
I'm 96 years old. Who knows how long my daughter would live if she hadn't been killed. She may have lived as long as me. She may live 96 years or more. But I don't hate Milton. And I'm trusting in God. I prayed about this. I'm not gonna make a decision when he stays when he stays in or when they let him out. I'm trusting in God that when he make his decision, it's gonna be the right decision. And I'm not gonna try to fight it. I'm not gonna worry about it. As long as he don't come around me, I don't wanna be anywhere around him. But I pray that all the stuff that he learned, all the good things that he's done, that he will focus on that and not just do the right thing. Just do what's right and make a good life and treat little Milton like he should be treated and love him like he should be loved. He missed a lot of love from his mother and his dad. So he didn't think about when he killed his mom that he wouldn't have any parents, that he was young enough that he needed somebody to take care of him. Right. And then he presented him being with Linda. He didn't want Linda. He didn't want him by Linda. But you're gonna kill his mom and you won't have a choice about you wanted to live.
Yes, ma'am. We appreciate hearing
I'm
from
not
you
wishing
this
any
morning.
bad happened to him. Because I prayed. When I pray for him too. I pray for my family and I pray for him too. But I just want justice and like God forgives. But he doesn't say that you don't have to pay the consequences of what you do. You do wrong, just like a child. They misbehave, my daughters misbehave. I'll forgive them, I don't hate them. But I'm gonna punish them, let them know that that's not right, let them do the right thing to do. And I've taught them, even if the other person is doing wrong, you stand up for what is right. Even if you're the only one that's standing, you do the right thing.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Sturgis, we need to move on, ma'am. I'm sorry. Ms. Sturgis, I'm sorry, ma'am. Maybe, it's okay. No, we appreciate hearing from you, but we need to move on. We appreciate it. Thank you for your work.
To do it, they need to move on. Yes, okay.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to come back to Mr. Milton.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell us, I think we've heard it, but how long you been in jail?
I've been incarcerated 32 years, 1 month, 1 week, and 4 days.
And you mentioned, I think Ms. Hutchinson mentioned the RSAT program and STAR program. You completed which of those, both? Or is all the same?
We have RDAP in September of 2025 and then STAR throughout 2024 because they go through workbooks. On page 10, I have it listed out for you all, each one, because STAR is long-term, you get notice throughout as you complete each section?
11 months.
How many?
11 months.
11 months, okay.
Well, there's been a lot said today by a lot of different people. And I will ask, I don't have any questions. I think the questions I have been addressed. Mr. Freeman has a question.
Did you serve in Vietnam? Did I see that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I
Okay.
did an 11-month tour in Vietnam in 1969. I earned 3 medals in Vietnam. I earned a National Defense, Armed Force Expeditionary, and Vietnam Service Medal.
Saw that up there, and that's why I wanted to ask. Appreciate you,
Yes,
sir.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Milton, we're gonna, we want to move on. Is there anything that you want to add that hasn't been said? Briefly, if you'd like to add anything, but be brief.
I want to say I'm sorry for the family. And I want to thank my children. I have all 3 of them here for support, for their forgiveness. And it means so much to me for them to just allow me to be able to talk to them. Not only talk to them, there's also extended an olive branch. They even want me to be a grandfather to my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren.
All right, I think we are, we're prepared to vote. I think Mr. Prater will be voting first.
Yes, sir. If I can get through this. Mr. Williams, I really appreciate all the supporters, and I appreciate those that came forward as the victim's family and all of that. These are tough decisions that we have to make. I really don't know. I don't know what else we could ask you to do that you didn't do. You've stepped up to the plate and done everything, and you're remorseful. I've seen that in what you've written. I've seen it in what you've said. And let's see Mr. Williams behind you that it's, I believe that was the one I called the granddaughter.
Dr. Mead.
I know, are you talking to Milton Williams Jr.? Which one are you speaking of?
No, the fella in the sweater.
Oh, Dr. Mead.
Dr. Mead.
I'm sorry, I couldn't. Okay. I just want to say, I appreciate your words too, sir. I take them very seriously because you're kind of like one of us. You just read a lot of information. You know him better than we do, but you don't really have that much of a dog in the hunt. And so I appreciate the words that you said and the way that you've been represented, Mr. Williams. My vote today is to grant your parole.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr.
Okay, I sit here and we had a case just like this yesterday. We have the family on one side that are victims. We also have the children that are victims. So we sit here with split because we put a lot of emphasis on how our victims feel. And these victims here at headquarters are very loving, obviously. They all gave great statements and they all have stated that they would go by our decision because it's really in God's hand, which I think we all believe. But in today, I too also think you've done all that we can ask you to do while you're in Angola. And I'm going to also vote to grant to the parole project for a minimum of 1 year. I want him there for a minimum of 1 year to get reestablished, and also no contact with the other side of the family unless initiated by them. You're not to contact them unless they initiate it.
Yes, sir.
So good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, and Mr. Williams, I saw you at your last parole hearing, and I did suggest some programs that you would benefit from, and you've done that. I agree with my colleagues. I just don't know what else we could ask you to do. I think you're rehabilitated. I do not think you're a public safety risk. So my vote today also is to grant to the Parole Project Transition Plan. And just remember, no contact with any family member, Linda Smith, Sheila Craig, or Mrs. Sturgis, or their family members, spouses, children, whatever, unless it's initiated by them.
Yes, ma'am.
Take that very seriously if you don't do that. So good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Evening.
Okay, so we are back in session and we have, is it Mr. Strogan?
Yes,
Would you
ma'am.
introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Stevenson Strogen, number 440012.
Strogan.
Yes, ma'am.
I got it. Okay. Would, and you have counsel with you today. I'd like for the introductions, please.
My name is Sophie Vigland, on behalf of Stevenson Strogen.
Micah Sloan of the Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Stevenson Strogen.
Okay, thank y'all. In this case, Mr. Strogan's case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, so I'm gonna go ahead. Let me just read the identifiers into the record and then I'll turn it over to him. So Mr. Strogen is currently serving a life sentence. He is classified as a first felony offender. He was sentenced in October 2017 in Caddo Parish for second-degree murder. And then he has another Bossier sentencing date in 2002, illegal possession of stolen things. His parole eligibility date is May the 5th, 2026. Is that information correct? Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Strogan, first off, as you can see, you have plenty of supporters here, so I'm not gonna try to go down and read out every name of that people are here in support, which means a lot, and we appreciate everyone for showing up. I will say that Mr. Andrew Hundley will be speaking for the Parole Project. Markeisha Mason, a friend, will be speaking on your behalf. Lynn Niels, your former attorney, will be speaking on your behalf. He's a friend. And then Mr. Muffett will be speaking. And Sophie, your attorney, you will be speaking last, if that's okay with you.
That's all right with me, but a quick correction is that Andrew Huntley will be speaking on his behalf, as well as Karen Moffett and Brittany. They're both here with us today.
Kevin's here.
Apologies for that.
I don't see.
I don't either. Okay, see, Mr. You want, who you want to speak?
Brittany Allman?
Andrew?
Brittany James and Karen Moffett, both of whom are here at LSP with us.
I don't see him on the list. All right, Karen Moffett. Okay, well, those other people will not be speaking then.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, ready to go then. All right, Mr. Strogen, tell me what you did to get yourself put into this situation, what put you in jail, and what exactly did you do? And then tell me, what have you done since you've been in there that you think you rehabilitated enough to re-enter society?
Yes, sir. We're here today because on August 24th, 2000, at the age of 17, I shot and killed Mr. Shamarcus Patton. I realized these proceedings will force many people to relive the pain from the tragedy that I caused. So first and foremost, I would like to extend a sincere apology to everyone who loved and adored Mr. Patton, especially Miss Maple Patton. I must also apologize to Mr. Derek Anderson and Mr. Darace Pugh, who I injured on that horrible night. However, that wasn't the extent of my bad decision-making, because I'm also here to apologize to two specific families from Bossier City. Not only did I steal their hard-earned merchandise, but I surely made members of my community feel unsafe in their own homes. My effort to rehabilitate myself began as soon as I arrived here, long before I ever had any chance at release, because I knew I never intended to cause the pain that I did, and I knew that I never wanted to create another victim. Although my journey hasn't been perfect, I've constantly worked to become a better person daily. and I've taken every available class. The most meaningful program that I've completed was Thinking for a Change, because it has equipped me to deal with any type of conflict situation that I'll ever encounter. And it taught me about the relationship between choices and consequences. My growth has helped me develop a new and deeper value for the appreciation of human life. To prevent another family from experiencing the same pain that I caused Mr. Patton's, I now volunteer to speak with at-risk youth groups. I share my story and ask them not to follow in my footsteps. As a lead trainer in the Pause program, I spent countless hours training service dogs for military veterans suffering from PTSD or physical injuries. And the only objective is to improve their quality of life and help lower the number associated with veteran suicide. All of the programs that I've taken and now facilitate have given me the necessary tools to be successful. I can assure you that I'm no longer the irrational thinking 17-year-old kid that I was 25 years ago, because now I'm aware of the effects that my decisions can have. My remorse has caused me a pain so severe that it propelled me to change as an individual. And I completely understand that I could never rectify the harm that I've caused, but I have spent my time in prison trying to be productive and repay my debt to society. And I assure you that I'll spend the rest of my life working towards that goal.
Okay. All right, we'll have some more questions for you in a moment. First, let's go to Mr. Andrew Hundley at the Parole Project.
Good morning, Andrew Hundley, representing Louisiana Parole Project, to inform the board that Stevenson Strogen is a client of our organization, and should he be released, we're prepared to take him in our residential reentry program. As this board's aware, our organization has done the reentry from virtually all of the juvenile lifers in Louisiana who've been paroled over the last several years. We have great confidence in our ability to offer Stevenson a structured program that would help him reintegrate into the community in a successful way. I know the board has all of his accomplishments and institutional record in front of you, so I'm not gonna go into all of his accomplishments, but his disciplinary record, along with his work record, but especially his record of volunteerism in the community, in his inside community, the community service that he offers, stands out. In particular, anyone who's done a tour in recent years has probably met him and whatever K-9 he is handling at that time, because he is one of the main pause trainers. As someone who's been there, I can tell you that it is close to being a thankless job. You truly volunteer for that, but he is definitely committed to that program, and I think it's shows an example of the kind of person he would be if he came home to the community, being involved in community service opportunities. He's very well-rounded, very mature, and we have no doubt that if he were paroled, that he would be able to meet all parole criteria and requirements. We believe he would have no problem finding employment. Our organization would assist him to ensure that all of his needs were met, including employment. He would have a reentry specialist peer mentor assigned to him from our staff as well, with a staff social worker, and he would have to complete, our structured residential reentry program before moving on to his long-term residence. I will stand by in case there are any questions related to his reentry. Just wanted to confirm that our organization is prepared to house him and have him go through our entire program, and he would have access to all the resources that our organization has to offer to ensure his long-term success. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, next we'll go to Miss Karen Moffitt.
Good morning. My name is Karen. I am Stephen's little sister. I want to begin by offering my deepest and most sincere condolences to the victim's family on behalf of my entire family. I know nothing we say can remove the pain that my brother caused. However, I do know he is a changed man who regrets his actions more than anything. Growing up, Stephen always stood out, not because he tried to, but because that's just who he was. His teachers and peers loved him, and he had a natural brilliance that made school seem effortless for him. Meanwhile, I was at the kitchen table with snacks, highlighters, and a full survival plan just to pass a quiz. But despite all that, to me, he was the typical annoying big brother, emphasis on annoying. When our father left during Stephen's senior year, our family became divided. I was too young to understand everything then, but looking back, I can deeply see how that loss affected Stephen. I share this not to excuse his actions, but to show you the emotional weight that he was carrying at such a young age. It wasn't until Stephen left that I began to feel the sting of abandonment and disappointment from the men who were supposed to be there to protect my sister and myself. And it opened my eyes to see how alone he must have felt and how much he had been holding inside. But throughout the past 25 years, Stephen has never let go of the love for his family. He has stayed devoted and present however he could, showing up for his nieces and nephews, helping my oldest daughter with her math homework over video calls, and would hold me accountable if I forgot to log in. Remembering the little things, most recently he organized a birthday party for my 6-year-old daughter, to just being the dependable uncle that they adore. Family has always been sacred to him, and we've always tried to remind him that he is sacred to us as well. I would also like to acknowledge Ryan and Brittany Allman, the pastor and first lady of Full Gospel UPC in Baton Rouge. They have offered to guide and support Stephen through their men's fellowship program if he is granted parole. Stephen is no longer the irrational 17-year-old boy that he once was. He is now a 43-year-old man. He has grown in wisdom, shown in the way he continues to reach the younger members of our family and pour knowledge into his nieces and nephews. He has grown in maturity, reflecting on how his past decisions has shaped his life and how his future choices will build him a better one. He has grown in resilience, refusing to allow his circumstances to define who he is or becomes. Stephen, I want you to hear me clearly. My home is always open to you, no matter what happens, no matter how heavy life feels. You will always be loved. We're here always. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And Brittany? Ms. Brittany?
Good morning. Good morning, members of the Louisiana Parole Board. My name is Brittany James. I am the cousin of Stephen Strogen. His mother is my aunt. I currently work as a professional therapist with 10 years of experience. I would like to begin by thanking you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on Stephen's behalf today and by offering my condolences to the victim and his family. Please note that nothing I say about Stephen is meant to detract from the pain that they've experienced. Although I was very young, 9 to be exact, when Stephen entered the system, I still remember him as someone full of potential with his entire future ahead of him. Unfortunately, like many teenagers experiencing divorce, instability, and the influence of negative peers, he made a devastating decision, one he has carried the weight of for the past 25 years. That moment, however, does not reflect the man he is today. Over the years, through letters, visits, and conversations, I have observed his growth and witnessed his profound transformation. He has demonstrated genuine remorse, full accountability, and a sincere understanding of the impact of his actions. He has never made excuses. Instead, he has used his time to better himself, taking rehabilitative courses and earning a bachelor's degree in Christian ministry. Despite the distance and circumstances, he never once forgot my birthday. He consistently checked in on me, encouraged me, and served as a quiet example of resilience and growth in ways he may not even realize. He is no longer the impulsive, hurting teenager who entered prison. He is a mature, grounded man who has rebuilt his character through faith, discipline, education, and reflection. As both a therapist and a business owner, I can confidently say that he is not a danger to society and fully prepared to reintegrate as a productive, responsible citizen. I wholeheartedly believe he should be granted parole. If released, he will not be navigating this transition alone. Our family is ready to support him, and I am personally committed to his success. I will provide him with an entry-level position at my company to ensure steady income and to build consistent work experience. That offer does not come as a gesture of charity. My professional success and that of my company depends on reliable employees. And I am making this commitment because I have full confidence in his work ethic and integrity, which I do not take lightly. He will always have a safe and stable place to live, and my home is open to him if he ever needs a place to reside. I will personally assist him with essentials such as banking, technology, transportation, and assessing healthcare. I truly believe in second chances. None of us would want to be defined by the rest of our lives by our worst decision, especially a decision made at 17 years old. After 25 years of reflection, accountability, and demonstrated change, I believe he has more than proven his readiness to return home and contribute positively to society. I hope you can see that too. Thank you for your time, your service, and your consideration. I respectfully ask that you grant Mr. Strogen the opportunity to reunite with our family and begin the next chapter of his life as a productive member of our society.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, Warden, I skipped by you, but let's hear your comments.
All right, well, thank you very much. Stevenson has been very busy, as you can see. He's taken just about everything that we have to offer in regards to his rehabilitation. He's kind of a quiet, low-key guy. He's a trustee at Camp F, and he's been a model resident here. He's zero problems. He's an inmate leader in the right way.
Assistant Warden Megan Shipley asked me to say something on her behalf. She couldn't be here today. She wanted, I mean, pretty much everything that I'm going to say has already been said, but she wanted everyone to know that the Pulse program means a great deal to Stevens. And this program has brought him out and showed that he has a lot of his confidence, made him very confident in himself. He also speaks very diligently to any of our visitors that come to the program. And I do know he did speak about the children at risk that he talks to, and I have seen that myself firsthand. He does speak to them, and they react to him in a positive way. So I would hope and wish that if y'all do grant him, that he continues to do this. She also wanted you to know that he is a can-do person. Anything you ask him, he will do and do his best at it. Thank you.
Lord. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll let your attorney wrap it up now for those that are in favor. So, ma'am, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Members of the committee, My name is Sophie Vigland. I have served as Mr. Strogen's attorney for the past year and have had the privilege of being his friend for more than 6 years. Mr. Strogen will be the first to tell you that the choices he made at 17, firing a gun, killing Mr. Patton and injuring 2 others, and stealing from his neighbors, are inexcusable and the decisions he regrets most in life. Yet Mr. Strogen recognizes that even though he has the deepest regrets for his decisions of more than 2 decades ago, words are insufficient to repair what his actions shattered. To right wrongs that he cannot undo, Mr. Strogen has spent the past several decades seeking to make amends through personal accountability, growth, and volunteer work. At every turn, Mr. Strogen has dedicated himself to personal growth. He has taken every single rehabilitative course offered to him, including the 100-hour pre-release program and at least 15 rehabilitative and faith-based courses, such as the Compassion Cultivation Program, Victim Awareness, Anger Management, and See Through Scriptures. Crucially, Mr. Strogen has also spent the past 25 years working to improve the lives of others. For years, he has been a certified facilitator for courses such as Thinking for a Change, Living in Balance, Anger Management, and Malika Dads, a course he helped design. He has also volunteered as a certified mentor and GED tutor, maintained certifications in CPR and basic life support, volunteered with the disaster remediation work crew, and lent a helping hand wherever possible. This work has not gone unnoticed. In recognition, LSP staff have written letters to this committee, explaining that Mr. Strogen is, quote, a huge and vital asset and the backbone of Camp F's education department, end quote. They have also remarked that his, quote, dedication supersedes all others, end quote, and awarded him several certificates for his volunteer work around camp. Former students and peers have likewise commended Mr. Strogen's dedication to others and noted his positive impact. In one of the 13 letters submitted to this committee by Mr. Strogen's former students and peers, Emmett Taylor, a former student on death row, explained, quote, when Mr. Strogen was a tutor in the high-set class, I was a student who struggled with fractions and division. I couldn't keep up with the other students, so Mr. Strogen ran off copies of basic fractions and division problems, placed me at a table by myself, and took the time to show me how to do these problems from scratch. He did this for 30 days until I was finally able to figure out how this was done. Not only did he do these things for me, he would also talk to me and the other students when we were having problems, from family-related issues to wife issues, etc. Mr. Strogen is a very caring person who goes the extra mile for those who are in need, and he is also very respectful toward others, end quote. Notably, Mr. Strogen's efforts to give back extend beyond prison walls. Since 2018, he has volunteered with the PAWS program, training numerous service dogs advanced skills to help veterans cope with injuries, trauma, and daily life. To quote Lieutenant Colonel Tanner, who supervises PAWS, quote, Mr. Strogen's positive attitude, patience, and hard work have made a meaningful difference. His participation exemplifies the spirit of rehabilitation and the power of second chances, demonstrates responsibility and compassion, reflects great character, and serves as a shining example to others, end quote. In addition, Mr. Strogen is also one of only 10 out of more than 4,000 individuals at Angola entrusted to speak to tour groups and at-risk youth visiting the prison. Mr. Strogen, motivated by ensuring no one else experiences or inflicts the same harm he once caused, uses his story as a cautionary tale to dissuade at-risk youth and others from following in his footsteps. These engagements are strictly voluntary, and as LSP staff note, Mr. Strogen gets, quote, no compensation or reward other than the difference and positive impact, end quote, he has on others' lives. Mr. Strogen's prison record reflects his desire to give back and his ability to live a productive life. In the past 15 years, Mr. Strogen has had only 2 infractions, and he has not had a single infraction in more than 5 years. Mr. Strogen has been a trustee for 12 years and has never lost that status, becoming a Class A trustee in 2019. While incarcerated, Mr. Strogen has used his time productively. He earned a bachelor's degree in Christian ministry, obtained a carpentry degree from Louisiana Technical College, learned how to operate a forklift, and finished a digital literacy class. Notably, in all of these efforts, Mr. Strogen excelled. He received a 4.0 GPA while earning his bachelor's degree, earned the highest possible rating for each category in all his recent work performance reviews, received 5 in-service awards, and has been Employee of the Month at least 4 times since 2021. Mr. Strogen has an excellent reentry plan, which is anchored by the support of the Louisiana Parole Project and by his loved ones outside of prison, 27 of whom submitted letters to this committee. If released, Mr. Strogen will join the Parole Project's reentry program, where he will have stable and safe housing, take courses to assist him with reintegrating into society, and have the support of a dedicated reentry specialist to help overcome obstacles that may come his way. In sum, Mr. Strogen is no longer the impulsive child who entered Angola more than 25 years ago. Today, he is a remorseful, disciplined, and community-minded 43-year-old man who has spent the majority of his life and will spend the rest of his life seeking to repair the immeasurable harm he caused. As Warden Shipley explained in her letter, Mr. Strogen is, quote, the epitome of a rehabilitated juvenile offender who embodies genuine remorse, growth, and an unwavering commitment to rehabilitation. He is prepared to make a great effort towards his return to the community as a reformed individual with a fresh start where he can rebuild life, support family, and become a productive member of society, end quote. For these reasons and many more, I respectfully ask this committee to grant Mr. Strogen's application for parole. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we're gonna get to the victim opposition. And I'm gonna let the DA and the mother of the victim decide who wants to speak first. So y'all decide who wants to go first.
Good morning. I'm gonna let Miss Maple Patton go first.
Yes, I would like to address the parole board first. First of all, I'd like to say good morning. My name is Maple Patton, and Shamarcus Patton was my son. I'm here to be my son's voice to make sure this criminal that murdered him, took his life, stay locked up. This law that was passed is nothing but a loophole for criminals to have to get out of jail free card. In 2001, a judge sentenced him to life in prison with no benefits. I fear for my life and my autistic son's life as well. My autistic son has been traumatized so bad until he won't even come outside unless we have to go to the doctor, and I have to basically drag him out of the house. He's afraid of being shot. He has become a recluse. He won't go anywhere. As for me, my health started declining the night my baby was murdered. I have high blood pressure. I've had it for 25 years. I have chronic depression, lupus, and bronchitis. The only thing I was doing was working in a casino as a casino dealer, single mother, living from paycheck to paycheck. But I was happy with that. because I had my 2 boys and they were thriving. This criminal destroyed my life, and I'm begging and pleading with you to please keep him locked up forever. He did, and he did the crime, and he should do the time. And as I close out my statement, my son graduated from high school. He had planned to go to a 2-year college and run track, then transfer to Louisiana Tech as a walk-on to try out for football. In March 2001, Benton High School, which is the high school he graduated from, named a track memorial in his honor. The track memorial is called the Shamarcus Patton Benton Tiger Relays. So my son wanted to live his dreams too, until Stevenson Strogen decided to take his life. Sympathy don't live here. I have nothing but hatred in my heart for you. I don't believe a word that came out of your mouth. I'll never forgive you, and I don't trust you. Sincerely, Maple Patton. I want to show you this plaque that was given to me March 8th, 2001 for my son. And this is his picture. He graduated May 29th, 2000, and he was murdered August 25th, 2000.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, and then Ms. Fitzgerald.
Yes, good morning. I'm Leanne Fitzgerald. I'm representing the Caddo Parish District Attorney's Office in opposition of parole. I really can't say anything more important or more powerful than what Ms. Patton just shared with you all. But I just want to make a few points to the board. This was a horrible, devastating event that could have been even worse than it was, although it was bad enough. Mr. Strogen did fire a gun into a very large gathering of people. He shot at least 5 times, and he hit 3 people, one of them fatally. And so there was the potential for a lot more damage to be done. The officer stated that people were literally running for their lives in this parking lot, falling down and falling to the ground for cover. And so it was a chaotic scene. And so Miss Patton has had to bury her child, something that no parent should ever have to do. And I did review the brief that the defense attorney submitted, and there are some parts of it that I think are very sugar-coated, particularly the part that refers to Mr. Strogen's intentions and his culpability. We don't believe that he just fired the gun in the air. Witnesses stated that he pointed it directly at one of them before they all started to run. And even so, he surely knew that what goes up must come down, and we do think that he intended to kill or do great bodily harm that night. Not only that, but the brief refers to earlier in the year that the murder happened. Well, it was actually 3 days prior to this murder whenever Mr. Strogen and his associates were burglarizing apartments in Bossier City, and he also was convicted for that. There's been law enforcement opposition from Bossier Parish as well for this parole hearing. So 3 days before the murder, that's what Mr. Strogen was up to. And there's some information about Mr. Strogen's childhood and how wonderful it was until he was 14 and his parents divorced. And that doesn't carry a lot of weight with the office because lots of children go through a family divorce, and that doesn't mean that they go out and burgle and shoot people. So Mr. Strogen really had opportunities and support that a lot of people don't have, which makes it even more difficult to understand what would make him make the decisions that he did coming from his background. So back to Miss Maple and her family. As she stated, she has never recovered from the loss of her son. She has suffered health issues ever since this happened. She has basically had to adjust to the rules changing on her from what she thought was going to happen and be here today to relive this. So I don't want to belittle any of the programs or any of the progress that Mr. Strogen has made. And I think that's great. And I hope that he'll keep doing those things. But basically what it all comes down to is here we are. He is 25 years into a life sentence for a senseless, heinous murder of a young man. He's 43 years old, so he has a lot of life left. Mr. Patton would also be 43 years old if he were alive today. And he had plans, like Miss Patton said. He graduated from high school. He was a star athlete in track and football. A football award was also created in his name at his school, in addition to the track award. There are numerous records listed on this plaque that Shamakis held that still stand, that haven't been broken since he was at Benton High School. And so he was active in his church. He was a caregiver for his autistic brother, who just doesn't have the capacity to understand what happened or why Shamakis was there one day and then gone the next, never to return. So, so this is Shamakis. This is a person. This is not a name in a report. And I just don't want us to lose sight of that, especially considering what a good man he was. And he might have children today, a family, a career. That's the path that he was on. So I appreciate the board's time and consideration, but at this time, I just don't think there are any amount of classes or certificates at this point that is good enough, that are payment enough for the price of taking a young man's life. 25 years just isn't it. There's strong opposition from law enforcement and from the family. And we just feel like it would deprecate the seriousness of this crime to allow parole at this point. And that honestly, it would be disrespectful to the memory of Shamakis and to Miss Maple and to those who love him and to the legacy that he leaves behind. And so we respectfully ask the board to deny this request for parole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, now let's get back to you, Mr. Strogen. How old were you when this crime was committed?
17.
17. Okay. What class you took that you got the most out of since you've been there?
I would have to say thinking for a change, because it equipped me to deal with situations, conflict situations to be exact.
Okay. And you didn't even hit the guy that you was really after, correct?
Well, it was a transferred intent. Yes, sir.
So that you shot, and like they said, 3 people and one grazed, one in the foot, and one was fatally shot. Okay. Tell me what was that disciplinary, the 30H and the 30L or I. I've never heard of those two. What was that about?
That was a three-way phone call. When I called a family member, they had someone on the line and they merged it, and I should have hung the phone up because I know that that's not allowed.
Okay, all right. And they say you got very good program. I mean, you have tons of classes and you got your tutor. I have no further questions. I mean, I've read it and I think all the testimony is answered all of my questions.
Any questions? All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Strogan, so I think that we're prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Strogan, you're doing everything. You've done everything and you're complete to do everything. I think at this point, in my mind, you know, there was, you shot in the crowd, 3 people were injured. It's just amounts to, you know, what's the appropriate time to consider this? And at this time, I just don't think it's quite the right time for you. So with victim and law enforcement opposition, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Prater.
Concur.
All right, Mr. Strogan. Yeah, I do agree with my colleagues based on the testimony we've heard today from everybody. I'm so pleased at the work you've put in. You know, you've really worked really hard to influence the lives of others, and I appreciate that, and I sincerely mean that. And your day will come. It's just not today. So my vote today, you've already received two votes to deny, so that is the outcome of today's proceeding. But please stay the course. Reapply when you can. Your day's coming. Good luck. right, we are ready for Mr. Vickers.
Vickers.
Who do we have? We have Mr. Holmes. We have him as.
Yeah, we have UNDRA HOLMES.
Who's got Holmes up? Okay, all right, so we'll just stand by. Let me get to that paperwork.
Did attorney get in?
Switched it out.
Yeah, it is switched.
Okay, that's what we're
Okay.
waiting on.
All right, I got the paperwork. Sorry about that. Mr. Holmes, introduce yourself. Tell us your name and DOC number.
Andre Holmes, 302676.
And you have counsel with you today. Would you introduce
Yes, ma'am.
yourself?
Yes, Julie Mudd for Mr. Holmes.
Thank you. So Mr. Holmes, you are classified as a fourth felony offender, currently serving life. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish in April of 2009 as a habitual offender, possession with intent to distribute cocaine. Your parole eligibility date was February 24th, 2023. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions?
Okay,
Yes,
Mr. Holmes, first I'm gonna go on and get from you, what did you do to get yourself put into prison? And then tell me, what have you done since you've been there, since your last hearing? Tell me what you have done since the last hearing, that you think has better prepared you to re-enter society.
Well, I sure tried to put myself into prison, but since I've been here, I've done things that I need to do, for as getting a trade, changing the way I think, changing the way I act, just doing the thing that a normal person should do. I done completed several classes, or the STR class. I completed that class recently since my last hearing. And also I'm a healthcare audit, and I work as volunteer in the healthcare unit down the walk as well.
All right. I'm gonna get back with you. I have specific questions I ask you, but we're gonna go on and hear from the warden. Warden, what do you have to say about Mr. Holmes?
Well, he's a healthcare orderly. He's a medium custody. He lives over in Ashland in the healthcare dorm, actually. His last write-up was in 22 for 28 and a 5. He hadn't been in anything since then. He does his job. You know, he's right now. He's not a problem to us.
Okay, thank you, Warden. All right, then we'll go to Mr. Andrew Hundley, Parole Project.
Andrew Hundley, appearing on behalf of Louisiana Parole Project, to commit to the board that Mr. Holmes is a client of our organization. If the board should grant him parole release, our organization has agreed to take him into our residential reentry program, where he would have reentry services and case management, including but not limited to access to our staff social worker, one of whom have already met with him and submitted a letter to the board that we would intend to ensure that his mental health needs were met. Additionally, we would provide our phase 1 programming that would allow him to, before we seek to find him employment, we want to ensure that all the life skills and all the his basic needs and reintegration process is started appropriately. After that, we would also ask that he remain with us for phase 2 of our program, and that we work with our social work team and his case manager before he is transitioned to his long-term residence. In short, our organization is willing to put all of our resources behind UNDRA's long-term success, and we're committed to helping him throughout his reentry, and I stand by in case you have any questions regarding his long-term reentry. Thank you.
Okay, real quick question. If he was to complete phase 2, how long approximately do you think he would be at your program?
Well, it's to complete phase 2. It's a minimum of 3 months, but it would be dependent on his progress through the program, which could potentially, take longer. We're not going to rush it. We're going to ensure that he's meeting all of our requirements, and that our staff is confident that he has a job waiting on him, that he has all of the resources. The social work team ensures that all of his follow-ups going to be met at his long-term address, and we'll work with his family and probation and parole at his, in Orleans to ensure that everything's in place for him to move. We certainly wouldn't rush him out.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, and Miss Angela Holmes, your cousin.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Holmes, what do you have to say about it?
Hello. Yes. Hello. Good evening. Good afternoon, rather. My name is Angela Holmes Cooley. I am the first cousin of Andre Holmes. I am here today in support of the possibility of him being paroled. I come before this board with both a heavy heart and a hopeful heart because Andre has been incarcerated over a decade, and in that time has faced the full weight of his past decisions. He accepts that being involved in drug dealing was a serious mistake, one that harmed not only the community, but his own future and the people whom love him. These years have taken a deep emotional toll on him. While incarcerated, he has missed irreplaceable moments with his family, including heartbreaking deaths of his mother and grandmother, the women whom helped raise him and guide him through life. He was unable to be there by their sides, unable to say goodbye, and unable to grieve with his family. These losses cut deeply to both Andre and his family, and they have changed him. They have made him see that how fragile life is and how important it is to live in a way that honors the people that have shaped him. The man that you see today before you is not the man that entered into the facility over a decade ago. Through reflection, maturity, and personal growth, he has truly transformed. Every conversation I've had with him shows humility, responsibility, and a sincere desire to do better. He speaks about his determination in his future with clarity because he knows what has cost him in the past and the value of a second chance he is hoping for. Andre wants the opportunity to rebuild his life in a way that honors the memory of his mother and grandmother. He wants to show that their love and their sacrifices and their guidance were not in vain and that he is not alone in this journey because he has a strong support system, a stable home waiting for him, and people who are ready to help him stay on the positive and productive path. I respectfully ask the board to consider granting him parole after more than a decade behind bars. After profound loss and deep personal growth, Andre is ready to move forward with purpose, responsibility, and with gratitude for an opportunity to start again. I also want to include that I have a cousin who owns the air conditioning business who's not able to be in attendance or on this call, who is also willing, because he spoke at the last hearing, to offer him a job if he is granted parole. So again, I thank you for the time and the consideration for even considering the possibility of having Andre parole. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate it. And Tanya Wheeler, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, sister.
Oh, hi, I'm Tatiana Wheeler. I'm Andre's sister, young sister. I'm coming on behalf of Andre. I see my brother really changed a whole lot. The conversations we have on the phone, just the maturity he's showing towards our children that we have at home now really changed him. His grandbabies, he have grandbabies now that he never met. And I know that's something he really want to deal with, you know, be in their life, as well as our grandbabies that we have as well. Andre, he's more of the man of our family now, since our dad is already deceased, our mom is deceased, so we really looking forward to having Andre home to help us raise our grandkids together. My mom's house is waiting for him to come home whenever he gets released. He have a stable home. He have sisters, cousins, aunties, uncles, everyone waiting just to welcome him back home into our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're gonna go to Mr. Myers, Assistant DA in Jefferson Parish. Mr. Myers.
Good afternoon, Randall Myers, Assistant DA in Jefferson Parish. We're opposed at this time. Looking back at, he has a long history of drug arrests and convictions. He was serving, 3 sentences for drugs and he was revoked once, but on all 3 sentences. So he was revoked while under supervision on those when he was released on good time, then released the second time and made it to the end of that. He was denied in 23. He's got a life sentence, right? So there's no good time day, but his parole eligibility date has passed. 23, he was denied because of a poor DB disciplinary record. In 2022, he had 9 disciplinary reports. 2021, he had 6 disciplinary reports. It doesn't appear, and the warden said he's had none since. So, I think maybe he's turned the corner on that, but that's still a significant amount of disciplinary reports in that short period of time. At the last hearing, he was denied in part because of that, and he said he needed victim awareness and substance abuse. He started taking victims awareness, and then was removed in 2024 for, it says, an administrative removal. I'm not sure what that administrative removal was for. And then he was taken thinking for a change and was removed from that for excess absences. Both of those issues concern me. It looks like he's, I'm not certain whether he's completed those. It does look like from his progress report that there's a thinking for change that shows up. So maybe has completed that. But I just continue to have concerns with Mr. Holmes. I know I see he's got a number of certificates for substance abuse, so that's good. I think that's showing that he's trying to do something good. But at this point, we remain opposed to his request.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Myers. Okay, Mr. Holmes, I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna question you a little bit. Okay, it is correct. You have no other write-up since the last hearing, but we did ask you to complete Thinking for a Change and Victim Awareness. I see where you started them in 2024. Have you completed those 2 classes?
No, I was at Camp D when I started the classes, and when they moved me to put me in STR, they was still on the list back there, but I never got the classes up here because I always tried, and I was on the backlog list for the ones up here. But I started the classes at Camp D. They moved me to main prison to start STR. So I never got any classes at that time completed.
Okay, but let me ask you, how are you doing in the STAR program?
Sir,
how are you doing in STR?
I completed STR.
Okay, tell me what you got out of that.
Oh, what I got out of that STR is not about just using drugs. It deals with criminal behavior, criminal thinking, your core beliefs, how things affect a person's life, how it affected you, how you affect other people. And I end up enjoying that class. I like the STR class. I really do. That was one of the classes I really got appreciation out of it. And I learned a lot from it.
Okay. And a health orderly, and I want to thank you for that. I'm sorry, smoke. Okay. That's very, very tough job. And I'm a little confused. Exactly how long have you been in prison? How long have you been in jail on this charge?
17 and a half years.
Right. I thought it was closer to 2 decades instead of just.
Yes, it is. It is. It is.
Kept saying just over a decade. And I'm like,
yeah, it's closer to 2.
I had 18 years now, so I guess I was wrong a little bit.
Okay.
Hey, Pete.
Yes, sir.
Just a second, I checked on the administrative removals. I spoke to Ms. Sturgis. He wasn't showing up for class or the letter writing.
For the letter writing.
The victim awareness and all that, accountability and shit like that. He didn't complete it. He
Okay.
didn't go to class.
Yes.
Very much. Okay, I have no questions. Yes, sir?
We
I
can
have,
put it back in it if we need to.
It can be put back in the class that brings further.
yeah, that's what, okay.
So why did you not show up for that class?
Like I said, I was in another part of the prison when I started the class. When I came down
So
here,
you moved over to the main prison, they don't have that class there?
yes, they do. I was just waiting to get put in a class. I have no problem with it. I had no problem with that class.
Okay. And what about Thinking for Change? Did you finish that one? Because that
It was the
says
same.
excessive absences.
It was the same thing.
Same thing.
At from Camp D up here. Yeah.
Right. On that waiting list?
Yes.
Tell them the date you removed.
Yeah, I can see it. Looks like that he May the 27th of 2024 is when he stopped, I guess, or when they removed him from the program. So what about STAR? Are you enrolled or did you complete that?
I completed it.
When did you finish that?
November 30th.
Oh, you just finished.
2024. Yeah, 2024.
Okay, good. I don't have any questions. You have any?
Yes, do you want it, Ms. Mudd, do you have anything else to present to us?
I do. I just wanted to summarize a little bit. First of all, I wanted to address the issues that were identified by the DA. There were some write-ups in 2022, and a lot of those were work write-ups. They were work-related. Mr. Holmes suffers from gout, and there were a number of occasions where he was unable to work because he was having gout flare-ups, which are incredibly unpredictable. What ended up happening there, after he had multiple write-ups, they ended up giving him duty status in 2023. Then he was, excuse me, he was on a work crew, but he was then subsequently moved to being a healthcare orderly again. And I think that that's kind of cleared up that issue as far as he is, first of all, taking very good care of himself to prevent the flare-ups, which unfortunately he has one today. And I don't know if the board can see, but he's been in a wheelchair today and for a few days. That his flare-ups usually last about 3 or 4 days. But that was the reason for the write-ups in 2022. As has been identified, he hasn't had any more write-ups since then, not since he saw the parole board last in 2023. He's been incarcerated 17 and a half years. He's not got any convictions for violent acts. He's not had any violent write-ups. When we came here in 2023, the board denied him and expressed two things that they would like to see. They told him to reapply once he had done more substance abuse programming, which he did. There was an issue with the write-ups of 2022. I think it was Mr. Roche at the time said he likes to see about 18 months of no write-ups. And so he hasn't had any. Regarding Mr. Holmes and I talked a lot about, what happened with Thinking for a Change and with the other program. And he was moved from Camp D to the main prison in March of 2024. I don't know if maybe nobody told the people where he was in the program and they just thought he wasn't showing up. Maybe they didn't know he had been moved. I'm not sure what happened there. I did see the notation in there about excessive absences, but he, has told me that he did attend everything until he was moved to the main prison. So I think that that's what happened there. He does have people that he works with as a healthcare orderly who have written letters for him that they speak very highly of him and his work there. He's got a great support system for if and when the board grants parole for him. Of course, you've heard from the Parole Project, and he would be living with his sister, Sandra Wheeler, after that, if he didn't already have something separate on his own set up by that time. He's got many family members who support him. We submitted many letters. I'm not sure if it was as many as 20, but it was close to it. He also has a lot of skills. He's been trained while he's been incarcerated in welding. Also working as a hospital orderly has given him another skill set. And before he went to prison, he was an apprentice in plumbing, and he would like to go back. His first opportunity, he would like to go back with the local 60 who he was working with as an apprentice to try to do some plumbing work again. You've heard from Miss Angela Holmes, who said that he does have a family member who has an air conditioning company. He was here last time, and he did speak the last time in 2023.
Thank you.
That's all.
All right, and I don't see any other questions. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Yeah, I'm caught. All right, you did finish the STAR program. I'm really worried about your drugs, big time, because I see, yeah, you had a lot of cocaine convictions. You didn't have a lot of cocaine weight. I think 33 grams was the most I saw you with. You ever sold more than 33 grams?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, you're being honest with me, okay. And what you was selling, the used, live?
Say it again, sir.
That's okay. All right, you were honest. Okay, my vote today is going to be to conditionally grant upon completing Thinking for a Change and victim awareness, because a lot of people don't realize how many victims you have out there. You have a ton. So that is going to be my vote today. And then I want him to go to the Parole Project. Andrew, I know you're tired of me saying this, but I want him there at least a year. I really think he needs at least a year there to reiterate. And I recommend allopurinol for your gout, because I know about that.
Yes,
So
sir.
that's my vote today.
Mr. Prager?
I concur.
As do I. My vote also is to grant after you finish those programs and then to the Parole Project in that transition. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I have a good time. Yeah.
Thank y'all. Thank you.
All right. Let's see, good afternoon. Mr. Vickers. I think y'all are on mute over there. There we are. So would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
My name is Kenneth Vickers Jr. and my DOC number is 376309.
All right. And so we have some folks that have joined us by Zoom. We have Mr. Andrew Hundley with the Parole Project. Mr. Channing Blake is also joined, I believe. And then we have your daughter, Ashlyn, who's on Zoom, and she'll be speaking in support. We do have opposition representing the victims. We have Nicole Duplashan, Dana Galvin, Anna Orlando, Caleb Ordway, and Ryan Oakwant, all of whom will be speaking and will ask for their comments at the appropriate time. So first, and you've been through this process before, so you know how it works. I'm just going to dive right in. Your case was assigned to me. So you're classified as a second felony offender. You're currently serving 3 40-year consecutive sentences for manslaughter. You were sentenced in Evangeline Parish, March 7, 2003. Your parole eligibility date was May the 9th, 2022. And your good time date is in 2103. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am, I believe it is.
So tell us then, you were heard in, let's see, denied in 2022. First, you applied for pardon in 2019 because you didn't have parole eligibility. You were denied at that time. Then you became parole eligible. So in August of 22, you had a parole hearing and you were denied at that time. And I think I was on that panel and recommended that you needed some inpatient substance abuse treatment. We still have the same opposition that was mentioned to you then. It's still present today. But, and then it was noted in that record, it was insufficient time served for 3 murders. Now today, for those, my colleagues weren't on that panel, I want you to tell the panel why you're in jail. What'd you do? And why do you think now's the time to consider you for early release?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I'm in here. Excuse me. First off, I'm ashamed that I have to be sitting here because of my foolishness. I'm here because I took the lives of my wife, Brandy, my good friend, Michelle Oakway, and my good friend, Jennifer Leger. Can I take the time? I want to take the time to sincerely apologize to Brandy's family, Michelle's family, and Jennifer's family. I'm so truly sorry. I apologize for my actions, and I know what I say or do ain't gonna make nothing better. I just want y'all to know I'm truly sorry. I'm sorry to my community I was in. I'm sorry to all the law enforcement that was involved, and I'm sorry to their friends. But since I've been incarcerated, I've taken the time to make me a better man, because I knew if I was ever afforded to get out of this prison, I didn't want to be the same person I was. My addiction dictated my actions. I've taken the programs I feel that's helped me. My change didn't come right away. I had to put forth the effort. And all the DLC programs, they're wonderful. And if a man wants to change, they truly can. But you have to want it. And I wanted it. I thought I knew everything about everything. I'm going to AA every Saturday. And the program you got me in, the one you recommend me to go to, I learned I don't know everything. Because I didn't know how I was changing or what caused my beliefs, my thoughts. And this program has truly touched me in a way to where if am released, I want to be able to volunteer teaching it. Or if not, work with DOC, getting paid either way. But I want to be involved in it. And I've learned over the years, life ain't about me. It's about the people around me, the people I can mentor, people that I can help, just in general, whether it's in the community or whatever. But I truly believe this STR program, it really changed my life. And we have a wonderful facilitator that holds us accountable. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to sit in front of you today. I had other things to say, but my mind's going a million miles an hour, so, and I apologize.
I'll have some specific questions for you in a little while. First, we'll hear from the people that are here today. First, we'd like to hear from Warden Van Oy.
Yes, ma'am. Kenneth lives and works in our most trusted area. He's assigned up at the dog kennels. He's been there a long time. He has no disciplinary reports since he's been here. He has 0 reports. He has attended the NOBTS, got his bachelor's there. I'm showing that he's taken victim awareness, 100 hours, thinking for a change, and a low Tiger score. And as I said, he is in one of our most trusted positions. You got to be beyond reproach to be where he's at.
Notice that. Yep. Thank you, Warden. Mr. Hunley, could we hear from the Parole Project?
Andrew Hunley with Louisiana Parole Project, here to inform the board that Kenneth Vickers is a client of our organization. We were with him for his last parole hearing. So we continue to offer him our support in the event he's released based on the same reasons that we appeared with him at his last parole hearing. As Warden Van Oy mentioned, he's been assigned to the dog pen for 14 years now. It's where he has a lot of responsibilities and an incredible amount of trust. We feel, based on his skills that he's demonstrated, that he would be able to meet the criteria and the expectations of our program and parole. At this point, we'd also like to point out that, as the board's probably aware, he completed additional programming since his last parole hearing. So he did take advice from the board and follow up on recommendations from his last parole hearing. And I'm sure the board will ask him about those things. Our organization is willing to offer him long-term housing in our program. We recognize that he cannot go back to the community where he's caused harm, and we're offering him an opportunity to, if he's given an opportunity for release, to restart in one of our residential reentry houses. But it would be a long-term housing with us, long-term sobriety plan. Our staff social workers submitted a letter to you. They've already done an assessment and have made some recommendations, but this would obviously be a very long-term sobriety plan that we would need to put into place with Mr. Vickers. But if he is released, he has access to all the resources that our organization has to offer to assist him with his reintegration. We stand by if you have any questions related to his reentry. Thank you.
Yes. And then we have Ashlyn Vickers. Ashlyn, we'd like to hear from you.
Hi, I'm here today with a heartfelt plea for the release of my father, Kenneth Vickers. Throughout his time in prison, he's not only taken responsibility for his past, but has committed himself to a profound journey of healing, growth, and service to others. His transformation is a testament to the power of hope, faith, and determination. While he's been in prison, my father has earned a bachelor's from the New Orleans Theological Seminary, and that's an achievement that speaks volumes about his dedication to bettering himself. But his growth extends far beyond his academics. While he's in seminary school, he completed a one-year program called Malachi Dads, and his work in Malachi Dads program reflects his deep commitment to being a better father and role model. After receiving his bachelor's in the seminary school, he facilitated the faith-based program for 2 years and guided fellow inmates towards education and spiritual renewal, and he has become a beacon of light and encouragement to those around him. He also volunteered his time in prison for 10 years to the toy shop rebuilding bicycles for children who wouldn't have anything at Christmas. And I think this selfless act of kindness shows the compassionate heart that drives him, a heart that seeks to give and to heal. He's also become a tutor, dedicating countless nights to helping reentry students prepare for a fresh start, proving his belief in second chances. His active participation in AA meetings and support for others battling addiction also further demonstrates his commitment to recovery and community. And my father's journey has been one of redemption and hope, but it's also one of preparation for the future. He's built a foundation of faith, education, and service that equips him to be a positive force in society. He is ready to reunite with his family, contribute meaningfully to the community, and live a life defined by responsibility and love. I humbly ask you to see the man that he has become, not the man of his past. Please grant him the opportunity to continue his path of transformation outside of the prison walls. Your decision will not only change his life, but will also give hope and healing to our family. Thank you deeply for your time and your consideration.
And Ashlyn, confirm for me, you are Brandy Vickers' daughter?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
All right, thank you. Okay, so now we'll move to the opposition representing the victims, their survivor victims. First, could we hear from Nicole Duplashan?
Can you hear me?
Ma'am.
Okay, I couldn't get it to unmute. Yes, y'all keep talking about second chances, and he's done so much to prove he wants to better himself. Second chances, our families that were murdered that night do not have second chances. We are still dealing with the wounds of getting over the grief of that void in our hearts. It's good that he tried to better himself, but to me, that's just a game. That is all a game into doing the steps you got to do to make yourself look good, say, I'm a changed person. If he was sincere about being such a good person, he could have been honest. He could have been honest, and there had been an outcome that would have changed a lot of things in this whole situation where he wouldn't be there, but somebody else would. And honestly, it's hard for me. I have forgiven and I'm letting God handle this, but it's not fair to the families for y'all to talk about giving him a second chance because he's a changed person when you know how the racket goes. They go through the steps in the classes and getting the diplomas and praise Jesus to make it look like they have changed their life. They have turned their life around. I don't believe it. I don't believe it because I grew up with that boy next door to me and looked at him as a little brother. He would come in my house every day. We would hang out. He was like a little brother to me. And for him to go to the lengths of killing somebody he considered a sister in the way that it happened and was a part of that plan, whether he actually pulled the trigger or not, he was just as guilty. He was just as guilty because it took one phone call to stop this whole thing, and that never happened. Our families have been forever torn apart, and the children involved in this will forever be damaged. Whether I get Kenneth's children wanting their daddy out. But in that same aspect, my niece and step-nephew would love to have their mother. You know, they would love to be able to hang out at the holidays and be able to go to them with their life problems and the Mama, I need you. Mama, I need you for this. Please tell me what to do. They don't have that option. Our lives are forever destroyed. I get he served a lot of time. Then again, he could have changed this whole outcome because he is just as guilty as the other person involved. The other person involved is out walking free. That could have been him. That could have been Kenneth walking free and that other person there. So as far as me saying, give him a second chance, that is so hard for me to do because I just don't see genuine. I know how the racket goes with the prison system, and they all take these courses and they get their degrees and their diplomas and they study law and they study on what to say and they talk with the other inmates and say, this is what you need to do. I'm not stupid. My family's been in the jail system with dealing with inmates. I mean, they worked at the prisons. I know how it goes. I've forgiven him, but the pain is still there. And it's not fair that we have to go to the cemetery to go visit our family. And he's wanting to go home and hang out with his kids and his grandkids. That's not justice to me. I mean, I know he's done a lot of time, but it's not right. And I just don't see him being that sincere.
Thank you. Your input is noted. Thank you. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today. And we'll move to Ms. Dana Galvin.
Hey, can you hear me?
Can.
Hi, good morning. Or I guess maybe afternoon, I'm a little short. There's a lot to say here, and I won't go into it like I did the last time. I still don't buy that what he says. I still don't buy that he doesn't remember. I still don't buy that he blames it on alcohol when from day one that he met my sister till he got her pregnant and got married to her, the very night he married her, he threatened her life. He can blame alcohol all he wants and say he made this mistake because of his addiction. But there were several times he had threatened to kill my sister sober. Their marriage was not peaceful by any means. I feel like it hasn't even been 24 years. I feel like he's being selfish now, just like he was selfish that night. These hearings are all about him. He wants to get out. One of my sister's kids, I understand she wants him out. She wants her dad. She wants that piece of her that is missing. But this is all selfish on him. He may say he's sorry. I don't feel that he is sorry. He is sorry that he got caught. And Jennifer's sister's correct. Had he told the truth about everything that happened that night, maybe we'd be in a different chair. Maybe we'd be thinking different. But he was not honest about that night. He's still not honest about that night. He's never going to be honest about that night. This wasn't a crime of passion. This was premeditated murder of 3 women in front of her children. He always made it very clear that Brandy belonged to him, that he would kill her if she ever tried to leave. My sister did get away once. She moved to Texas. That was not peaceful either. I witnessed a lot of things that that he put my sister through. I tried very much to remain neutral in their marriage. I looked up to him as my brother. That was all a slap in the face. These hearings are a slap in the face. He only cares about himself. And he's trying to see when his pity is going to work on y'all. I hope that never happens. I pray he stays there forever. He agreed. This was a plea deal of 120 years. Plea deal to keep the needle out of his arm. And here we are, not even 24 years later. And this is what the third hearing that we've had about this. Does he not realize how much he re-victimizes us every time he does this? I forgave Kenneth a long time ago because I said it was the right thing to do. I believe in God. I believe everybody deserves forgiveness. But I also believe if he were a man, he would not be asking for this. He knows what he did. He did it out of hate and spite and possessiveness and control. And he needs to sit where he is.
Yes, ma'am.
And
thank you.
I understand I do understand he's a model prisoner, and I get all that. I know when they say all that, he's done this, he's done that, you know, just like Jennifer's sister. I get that. That's great for him. He may have been a changed person, but he needs to be a changed person in prison. If he wanted to be, he's a model inmate. What he should have been was a model husband, a model father, model brother, model citizen. He took that away that night. He did that to himself and to my sister and 2 other women and all these kids.
Yes,
I don't know
ma'am.
how he can do that. And shame on Governor Bell Edwards for allowing this to happen. Shame on the guys that pushed this through, and shame on our governor now for still allowing this to happen so soon. I appreciate y'all's time. Appreciate y'all listening, and my only prayers that y'all make the right decision today.
Thank you. We appreciate hearing from you.
Always. I always speak of sister. Always.
Okay, we'll move now to Anna Orlando. You're still on mute, maybe? Maybe you need a volume up? No, can't hear you. Nothing. Actually, she has like anything plugged in. Do you have anything plugged into your device? No, she says no. We're gonna call you. I think she's calling your phone. On the phone, we will do it that way. Okay, so mute your mic on your side. You go ahead. If you talk on the phone, we'll be able to hear you on this phone. So go ahead.
Sorry about that.
That's
I
okay.
apologize. So I am Jennifer Lejay's daughter. Well, first off, you know, I'm glad for all the steps that you've taken to become a model prisoner. I think that those are awesome. Those are good things to be able to have, and to be able to have a relationship with the Lord and, you know, your family as well. But I think where you need to stay is in prison. You need to be a model prisoner to fellow prisoners. You need to be an example to them for the ones that do have an opportunity to be able to get out of prison. You took the lives of 3 women. You took 3 mothers away from 7 children. Like my aunt said, we don't have the opportunity, and then even for me, my brother, and even Willie and Ashland and Houston, yes, we can go to you or we can go to our dad, but it's not the same. I wanted my mom, and I wasn't able to have her. I couldn't cry to her whenever something was wrong. I couldn't celebrate the birth of my children with her. She wasn't there on my wedding day. You robbed me of that. And 24 years later, this is a slap on the wrist if you get out. This is a slap. It's not justice if you get out for this. They don't deserve that. We don't deserve that. But whatever does happen is in the Lord's hands, or whatever's decided. But I appreciate y'all's time, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for speaking to us today. All right, moving on to Caleb Ordwin.
How are y'all doing today?
How are you?
Well, having to relive this every so often really sucks. I'm Caleb Ordwin. My mother was Michelle Oquin. I want to start this off a little differently. At the beginning of this whole ordeal, we started the conversation with 40 years consecutively for each murder. We're at 24 years now. We haven't even met the first one yet. So the fact that we're having to continue relive this every few years, I find to be absolutely ridiculous. I don't care that he has been in there and he's done well. I don't care that he's done everything that he needs to do to get out. He robbed me and both of my brothers of our mother, of the opportunity to ever spend time with her, the opportunity to have children and her see them, us being married. You know, it's very hard on us on our end because we get to talk to ourselves as we stand over the top side of a concrete block. You know, it really sucks. And the fact that we're only 24 years into this and he's trying to get out, I find it to be a little disrespectful. That being said, you know, obviously y'all's decision is what makes or breaks this whole situation, but please don't let that man out. He doesn't deserve to be free. He doesn't deserve to be walking. He doesn't deserve to be out here. If he did, he wouldn't have done what he did. And what he has done is robbed us of everything that we've ever had. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. And then I think we have Ryan Oakland.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, so I'm gonna follow up with what my little brother Caleb just said and my sister said. I'm the son of Michelle. She was my mother, Michelle Oquin. I'm gonna agree with all those things. I don't think it's very fair that he's done all these great things in prison, like taking care of dogs. You know, I've taken care of many dogs over my years, and that doesn't make a person better. I'm sorry to tell you. You know, I mean, those are cool things, but that doesn't make you a better person. I'm sorry, brother. But I'm gonna read you what I wrote. For a long time, I thought about what I was gonna say. I will never really understand why you think you deserve freedom when you have ruined so many lives. 7 children had to grow up without parents because of your actions. Many families have suffered, and we still suffer every day from the horrible things you've done. You have deeply affected my life, my siblings' lives, and many other victims involved. We try to move on with this stuff all the time, but we're forced to keep fighting with it every time you do this, every few years. So we shouldn't have to make sure that you stay in jail. Monsters like you that can so easily take the lives of 3 people should not get to experience the luxury of freedom. Look at my biological father, his partner in crime throughout this whole entire thing. He should be the perfect example of what happens when you don't get rehabilitated the proper way in prison. And I do not believe Kenneth has been rehabilitated properly. His partner in crime has gotten out of jail early, and he's moved on to get several DWIs, which I don't understand how he still walks the streets. I wish I could understand that, for one. But so for me to think prison has rehabilitated Kenneth Vickers does not make any sense at all, if I'm being honest. This all feels like a huge slap in the face, and to even be considering him is very disturbing. Is really, really disturbing. This society is not ready for a monster like that. I promise y'all, it's not. It's embarrassing. It's really embarrassing and frustrating to have to keep begging y'all to keep this man behind bars. A charge like triple homicide should not even be considered for anything less than life in prison. No questions asked. The fact that we even have to keep begging and pleading is very concerning in itself. I hope that all of y'all think hard about the decisions y'all have to make with Kenneth Vickers. But I just want to know how many times we have to keep living the same nightmare, because it's not fair. And I think he really needs to fulfill his full sentence. And all I want to say is to my mom, Miss Jennifer, Miss Brandy, we all love y'all and we miss y'all every single day. And I really hope y'all can find peace one day. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. And thanks to, everybody who spoke today, both in favor and in opposition. We take all of it into consideration. There's been a lot said here, Mr. Vickers. I don't have any particular questions. Mr. Freeman, you have questions?
No,
I have a lot of questions in my mind about the whole situation, but I don't know that that serves any purpose today in having that discussion. Is there anything you'd like to say to us? You. Yes, you.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Again, I want to tell each one of the kids, all the family members, I truly am sorry. I know my sister-in-law thinks I'm faking or whatever, but I'm not. I don't lead my life no more. I used to let alcohol lead my life. Jesus leads my life. And I hope one day I can find forgiveness. I truly am sorry.
So I can see the remorse, and I believe you are remorseful. Now, I'll say this. I've carefully looked at all the information provided, and it was very extensive. We've heard from victims in writing, and we've heard from them today. And, I do want to acknowledge you do have an excellent institutional record. You've clearly taken responsibility for improving yourself within the prison. You've taken advantage of programs, and your educational achievements are impressive, and that's noted, and you're commended for that work. And I think your record shows you've demonstrated a sustained positive behavior, and you've had support from the warden and the prison staff, and that all was also given serious consideration. While I do commend your work, I also have to weigh the severity of the crime against the time served. You were sentenced for murdering 3 people. And this, to me, the disparity between the time served, less than 25 years, and the aggregate 120-year sentence that we talked about, is a significant factor that I cannot overlook. I'm also required to consider the sentiment of the victims and the broader community as well. We have very adamant, strong opposition from the prosecutor, from the law enforcement community. Of course, we've heard the strong opposition from the people who spoke today. So that emotional weight and is paramount in my decision. You know, I have come to the difficult decision, and it's not easy. None of what we do is easy, but my vote today is going to be to deny your parole today. I agree with them. I just don't think the time served is commensurate with the profound loss of life in your case. I do encourage you to stay the course. Mr. Prater
I concur.
and Mr. Green.
I agree with everything, Chairman Knox said.
Mr. Vickers?
Yes,
Today,
ma'am.
you're, well, it's been denied. I wish you well, sir.
I appreciate the opportunity.
All right, Mr. Smith. Y'all are on mute. There you are. Mr. Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Michael Smith, DOC number 400-282.
All right. 400282, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, and you have counsel. Would you enter your name in the record, please?
Yes, ma'am. Micah Sloan of the Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Michael Smith.
Thank you. So, Mr. Smith, you're classified as a first felony offender. You're serving a life sentence for a conviction in Jefferson Parish in 1998, first-degree rape. Your parole eligibility date was June the 17th of 2021. Does all that sound correct to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we also have, you can see the Parole Project, Mr. Andrew Hundley is here, and your sister, Sean, what's her last name?
McAllen.
McAllen. I couldn't pronounce it. Sean McAllen here. She wants to speak on your behalf. And we also have Mr. Randy Meyer from the DA's office in Jefferson, who's asked for some input. But first, we're gonna, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. But before we get started, I'd like for you to, we'll hear from you. We want you to tell us what you did to get in prison, and then we'll hear from the speakers, and then Mr. Prater will have a few questions.
All right. At the time of the offense, I ain't have much family support, but I basically did what I wanted to do, and that was led me to commit the offense. And now I'm here to ask for forgiveness, to be more fit for the community and not help the community out to be more productive.
Okay, and why do you think we ought to consider you for early release today? Because of that, you want to help the community?
Yeah, help the community to be more fit for society, and need
That's okay. You're a little nervous today, huh?
yeah.
Okay, so I tell you what, I'm gonna let you settle down, and we'll hear from the folks that want to speak. So first, we'll hear from Mr. Hundley.
Andrew Hundley with Louisiana Parole Project. He appearing today to inform the board that if Michael is granted parole release today, we're committing to providing him long-term housing. That would, when I say that, that would mean a minimum of 1 year housing in our program. Obviously, Michael would have registration issues. We know anytime we commit to taking someone that's in that position, just ensure what we're saying is we're not going to put them out after 1 year. We commit for a minimum of a year, and we'll commit to assist him with housing as long as it takes. Our goal would be to help him work towards self-sufficiency and to help him with the loan process it's going to take for him to reintegrate into the community. Obviously, the board's aware he's parole eligible as a juvenile lifer coming before you today. But if he were to be released, he would have access to all the resources our organization has to offer, not just that housing, but also assigned case manager and an assigned social worker from our social work team. His attorney is going to talk about his accomplishments while he was incarcerated. We feel confident that he would meet the requirements of our program and the parole requirements. One thing I would like to offer that I know his attorney would offer too, he does have some communication issues, so I wouldn't want everyone here today to mistake any problems as a lack of a lack of remorse or unwillingness to communicate to you anything. He does have communication issues, and I think that's probably the nicest way that I can put it. But I know his attorney will do a fine job advocating and telling you about his accomplishments. Just wanted to ensure that the board knew that we were fully committed for long-term reentry with Mr. Smith, and look forward to assisting him as we have many juvenile lifers who are seeking a second chance who've come before you in the past. And we appreciate your consideration, and I stand by if you have any particular questions about his reentry plan.
All right, thank you very much. And Ms. McClellan, you want to, we'd like to hear from you now. Is she in? She's trying to get in. There she is. Go ahead.
Good morning or good afternoon. I'm sorry about that. I just want to say I am Michael's sister. And I do know that he has worked really hard to improve and to be a better person. We definitely do not condone what happened. Our family is still really close with that family, and I've talked to that family. They also agree that, you know, he served his time. Everybody deserves a second chance. He's working. I do want to say thank you to Louisiana Parole Project for taking his case and allowing him to stay with you all for that transition period. Michael has been incarcerated more than half of his life. And as Mr. Hunley said, he does have some communication issues, some issues that were very present when the incident happened. I mean, as long as he's been living, really. And I think I talked about this at the last hearing. In the 80s and 90s, there wasn't as much assistance for these type of conditions as there is now. So I do want you all to take that into consideration when judging the case, because he's definitely deficient in a lot of areas as far as what he knows, and definitely age related. I'm pretty sure you all can tell just from talking to him. So I do want to say our family is in full support, and we will do, you know, what we have to do to make sure that he's a citizen and he's following the law as much as possible. We're going to be there to assist him in his recovery plan and his reinitiation back into society. Thank you.
Thank you. And so we'll move to the DA's office, Mr. Meyer.
Good afternoon, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. I'm strongly opposed to his release. Aggravated rape of an 8-year-old boy. And then since he's been incarcerated, he's had 2 sex offender disciplinary reports, one after completing the sex offender treatment courses. That was in 2018. He completed phase 4, and the last sex offense was in 2019. I spoke with the victim, and he was aware of the fact that Mr. Smith's mother had stated in the record that he had sexually assaulted 3 other children. He was aware of that and had heard that as well. That concerned him. And when we talked about what Mr. Smith has been doing while incarcerated, that concerned him greatly as well. I think it's safe to say that he is no longer in favor of him getting paroled at this time. So I have a huge problem with sex offenders, particularly with children, and I think he should remain incarcerated.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Prater.
Okay, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Nassett, do you want to hear from me first? Or
Yeah. Thank you. I apologize. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you. So, you know, as you can tell, Mr. Smith is a little nervous today, and he does struggle sometimes to express himself. So I hope that I can help to fill in some information here. Mr. Smith was a child himself when he committed this crime against another child. And having spent 29 years in prison for a crime he committed when he was 16, he has almost spent twice the amount of time in prison than he has spent free. At the time of his offense, Mr. Smith, who was diagnosed at trial as being mildly mentally retarded, now referred to as intellectually disabled, understood that what he was doing was wrong, that he shouldn't do it, but he did not understand why it was wrong or the harm that it would cause. He acted on impulse. One of the things that makes juvenile offenders unique is their extraordinary capacity to rehabilitate, to mature, to grow, to learn. And Mr. Smith is an excellent example of that. With help from programming at LSP, Mr. Smith now has a clear understanding of the harm that he caused and has a heartfelt determination to never cause harm again. He tells me that it pains him every day, knowing that he harmed someone mentally and physically. These were his words. While he may not always be able to express it clearly, having spent time with Mr. Smith, his remorse is evident and genuine, and his determination to be a good person and to learn everything that there is to be learned, whether it's about behavior, harm, skills, anything. He wants to learn about it and he wants to put it into action. Mr. Smith's deficits do not mean that he is incapable of learning or success. It simply means that he has strengths and weaknesses, and he needs a little bit of extra support sometimes, just like we all do, just in order to finish that finish line. That kind of support is not something that he had when he was young, but having found that support here at LSP, he has proven that he is far from incapable. Although it took 3 times and help from tutors, Mr. Smith is very proud to have earned his GED, and after he earned his GED, he earned three different technical trades. Mr. Smith's sisters remember that their brother struggled in school, but it never deterred him from working hard on his homework. Similarly, even as he faced the hardships of growing up in prison and facing the shame of the crime that he committed, Mr. Smith remained determined to learn, to do better, to be better, and to always work hard. For the past 6 years, Mr. Smith has worked for Prison Enterprises in the print shop, a job he loves and takes seriously. He feels he is contributing to his community when he can focus on the tasks in front of him and complete them efficiently and adequately, and contributing is what he seeks to do most. On a daily basis, he volunteers to help the disabled and the elderly men in his dorm as well. Mr. Smith set himself back when he got a write-up 6 years ago, but he used that setback as motivation to do more. When he could, he enrolled in more courses like Thinking for a Change, and he got on a waiting list for victim awareness, where he remains. Mr. Smith is a shy, humble, and kind-hearted man who made a terrible choice when he was a confused 16-year-old. He has done all that he can within his capacity to prove that he has matured and that he is not defined by a decision that he made 29 years ago. If Mr. Smith is released on parole, he will remain long-term for at least a year with the Parole Project. Our social work team has an understanding of his conviction and his intellectual struggles, and so they've developed a tailored plan for Mr. Smith that will all but ensure his success. He will have to register as a sex offender, which will require him to continue sex offender treatment programming. So even though he's completed what he can here, he will have additional programming available to him outside. Beyond adhering to that requirement, Mr. Smith, always open and willing to learn and to grow, he welcomes that additional programming. Our social workers will also connect Mr. Smith with a counselor from whom he will receive frequent one-on-one counseling, something that he does not have access to now and something that he will surely benefit from. With his 3 technical degrees in carpentry, graphic communications, and horticulture, paired with his incredible work ethic, Mr. Smith is very employable and bound to be able to begin supporting himself soon after he finishes the first phase of LPP's program. Mr. Smith also has the loving support of 2 sisters, a brother, and his extended family. With the support of the Parole Project and his family, the programming and the education he has completed, and his many employable skills, Mr. Smith is well prepared for release on parole. No longer the confused teenager who committed this offense, Mr. Smith is not a threat to the community and is bound to be a contributing taxpayer if he is given the opportunity to be released on parole. Mr. Smith has been on the wait list for victim awareness for quite some time, and he does hope to get into that next class. So if the board believes that that completion of that class would be an appropriate condition of his release, he is open to that opportunity. I do want to just note one thing for the record in response to the DA's comments that, Mr. Smith does have 21 write-ups in his, number 21 rule violations in his jacket. But I think it's important to note that those were consensual acts. These are not repetitions of the crime that he committed. So for all of these reasons, we respectfully ask this board allow Mr. Smith the opportunity to serve the remainder of his sentence on parole and to receive the additional programming that he can receive if he is released on parole, has the opportunities afforded to him through the sex offender treatment program and the registration, and through Louisiana Parole Project and our social workers. Thank you.
Okay, let's, Mr. Smith, I'm concerned. What about these other three girls? These other three children that the mom knew that you had sexually molested or said she knew? At the same time, you committed the original offense.
Well, actually, that happened before I got arrested, probably a few months before, and I'm deeply sorrowful for that, and I'm not that person that I used to be anymore, and I have grown to be more helpful with the community and become a positive influence to others as far as youngsters, and willing to do what I can to help out at any given time.
Okay. One thing we hadn't done is we hadn't heard from the warden. Let's hear from the warden first, and then we'll go into some of your disciplines that you have.
Yes, there's not a whole lot more I can add. He's medium cuss. He works at the print shop, and everything else has already been mentioned about it. There's really nothing else I could add for it.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Smith, I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned with you having, even though it's not illegal, even though it's considered consensual, it's not authorized. The sex that you had in the facility. It's prohibitive behavior. It's prohibited sexual behavior. It's unauthorized, prohibited sexual behavior. And that concerns me very much. In addition to the number of victims we have with 4 kids. And your attorney says, her words were, you're not a threat to the public. I don't understand how that could be, because occasionally having one-on-one counseling, I'm concerned that if the counselor's not there, kind of like the guard was not there, the person that works for the facility wasn't there, so you took a chance and had sex with somebody. What's going to happen if it's another kid?
It's not gonna be another kid, because I'm not that same person I was 29 years ago.
Okay. Well, this wasn't 29 years ago. This was 7 years ago or 6 years ago when you got caught with another inmate having sex.
Well, since that time, as far as me getting in the dungeon and the cell block, I had a change of mind and wanted to do better for the people around me, to help out at anybody I can, and that's not a part of me anymore.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you saying that, Mr. Smith. And I really want to congratulate you for getting your GED. I know in your circumstance, needing this many needing that many folks to help you get through. You were able to take the coaching and you got your GED, and I'm proud of you, and I hope that you're proud of yourself. And I noticed you had a lot of good coursework and good programs. I mean, you've put a lot of effort into it.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
Any questions?
No.
All right, and I don't have any questions. I think your attorney did a good job in going over your case, so I think we're ready to vote, Mr. Prater.
My vote is going to be to deny this request. I do think at this point that you are I think it would too much risk involved in letting you out on the street at this point.
Mr. Freeman.
Law enforcement victim, I deny.
All right, Mr. Smith, and I agree based on the opposition. It's in the record. My vote today is also to deny your parole today. So today your parole's been denied. Good luck to you, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right. Sorry, we're back.
Hello.
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 Introduce yourself. Tell us your name and DEC number.
My name is Riley Lamar Douglas, 369-140.
Oh, wait, I got the wrong case. Hold on.
Oh, those
Right.
Yeah.
You got
We're ready for that.
Yeah.
Oh, let me. You gotta wait.
Can we, y'all got anybody for, okay, we go ahead and take him. We'll go ahead and take Mr. Douglas while y'all are getting, we want Haggins next, okay? Is that all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Douglas, I'm sorry. We were expecting Mr. Haggins. Got you. We're good. So tell us again your name and DOC, please.
Riley Lamar Douglas, 369-140.
All right. So let me get to that page. Mr. Haggins, I'm going to read some identifying information. You're classified as a 4th felony offender. You're serving a 100-year sentence. You were sentenced in 2003 for aggravated burglary. You received a 30-year sentence, and you received a 10-year sentence for sexual battery. And then as a habitual offender, attempted 2nd-degree murder, you get the 100-year sentence. It's all running together, so it's 100 years. And your parole eligibility date was May 29th of 2022. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were seen in 2022. I need you to sit up straight and not look like you're interested in your hearing today. Okay. You were seen before a panel. I sat on that panel in April of 2022. And you were denied at that time because it was felt like there was opposition, victim opposition, law enforcement opposition, and it was felt that you needed some programs, and particularly sex offender treatment. And I see that you've taken that treatment.
Yeah.
When did you finish it?
I finished this around. October 4th, 2024.
All right. What'd you get out of that program?
Well, I got some out of 4 programs. Substance
I
abuse.
know what you got out of the sex offender program.
Well, I got justified blame and denial was my problem. You know, I had a problem with immediate gratification. Immediate gratification means I was doing things at my expense with the need of others, you know, and I had a problem with that. Like
right.
Steve Prater, I know Steve Prater. That's where I'm from, where he at. And I learned a lot. Shreveport is a city where it's very small, but you get caught up in big things. And I got caught up with, I had 2 strokes, forgive my speech, I had 2 strokes. So I got caught up with stupid things that I wrote a letter here. I would like y'all to read it.
All right.
This is my story.
Okay.
I spent many of my teenage years with my granddad, helping him raise cattle. Excuse me.
All right. You want to take your time? Do you need somebody else to read it for you?
No, ma'am, I got it.
Got it? Okay.
I had 2. And I spent many of my years with my granddad, raising cattle. Little though I know that the cattle, when you put the story is called A Cow in a New Gate.
Okay.
When you put a new gate in the pasture, the cow will not go through that gate. It take them a while, but they go through, but it'll take them a long time. They'll look and stare at dumbfounded. But a human, it's like change. a human is the same way, but you got to change. And this is what made me change, my granddad.
Do you want me to help you read it?
Oh, my granddad built a new fence. And the gate would always be closed. And the cow somehow just looked at the gate and just stared. It dumbfounded and the new gate, like it was something strange from out of another planet. But it did teach me one thing important about change. How cows get comfortable with their routine. Something that it sent them off balance in a new gate. But that first moment of change, I always thought them cold. So saying this, so therefore life isn't more different from change is now a cow from humans. In our lives, we are reluctant to be afraid to take the first step because of the old way we felt familiar and safe. But the truth is, success comes to those who learn to adapt. The faster you can adapt to change, the faster you can grow. Change is progress. It's a doorway to new beginning. Don't stand and then look at the new gate. Progress, take the progress and walk through. Remember, life could be adapted because in the end, the only difference between a cow and a human is the cow stand there and stare. But a human being, successful human being, walks through that gate and others to follow. Thank you.
So your grandfather taught you all that?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, all right, good. So, I have, when did you start to change?
I started that risk management was the first class. I took that class 4 times. I didn't like it because they was talking about children, kids. I didn't like it. But when I went in 22 and you told me to get the program, I learned the class and I like it. I learned a lot. And I feel like that class, I feel like teenagers should learn that class because it starts at the age of a teenager. The stuff you'll be, if you look at the 21 risk factors, you'll be surprised at what it says. And I feel like teenagers should learn that at a young age, not when they get adults.
Well, let me ask you, why'd you wait so long to take it? Why'd I have to tell you to take it?
Oh, because it talked about children, pedophiles, and I felt like I was not a pedophile. I was a fetish type person. That was my fetish, not a pedophile. And that's what made me didn't take it all them times. But when I took it, my instructor, Miss Anderson, she taught me. She sat there and taught me. Said, learn is here. And I loved it. And I like it. Thinking for a Change is another class I love. Because it tells you a lot. Just like anger management, substance abuse. My definition of that is proper prevention. Proper prevention prevents poor performance. My definition of thinking for change is look, listen, and learn. My definition for risk management is determination, discipline, and dedication. That's my definition of your class. I love all of them.
Well, good. Let's hear from the warden. Anything you can tell us about Mr. Douglas?
He's a medium custody. He lives at Camp D in Wolf 3. He works in the kitchen over there. He's got 18 DV reports. He's had culinary arts, anger management, thinking for change, and sex offender treatment.
All right, thank you. I noticed, Mr. Douglas, when I looked at your record, you didn't complete victim awareness. It said, look, it looks like you got into class this year and there was excessive absences. Can you tell us why that is?
No, ma'am, I had a stroke.
You had the stroke, you got sick. Okay,
ma'am.
that explains it. I understand that. All right, I'll tell you what concerns me, and I'm really glad to hear that you've gotten stuff out of the classes that you've taken. You really have given it a lot of thought, I can tell. And I appreciate that. What you did was really the sexual battery was very brutal to that lady. Did it, and I think their children were in the room, and so they've been impacted. That's why I thought victim awareness was very important for you, because children in the room have been impacted and still are to this day about what they witnessed.
It was very important to me, victim awareness. That's why this was a letter to the victim I wrote.
Oh, you wrote a letter, okay.
Because I couldn't finish victim awareness to the stroke. I wrote my letter. It didn't really my reason for getting that class to do this letter. That's why I got in the class. Why I wrote the letter.
Right. There's a victim accountability letter, but I think we're talking about two different things. I think that's one program, the victim accountability letter, and I'm glad you did that. There's another one called victim awareness. It's two different classes, I think. And I really think you benefit from the victim awareness. The other concern I have, Mr. Douglas, is we use a score. Well, first of all, you're serving a 100-year sentence and you've served 23 years, not even 25% of it. It was a brutal crime. The impact on the victims stands today still for those people. And we use a risk assessment tool that indicates you could be at high risk for reoffending as a sex offender.
No, ma'am.
You know that?
No, ma'am, no. My problem was a dangerous controlled substance, mind-altering substance. I never used that again. I passed many drug tests up here. I never do drugs, alcohol in my life again. I passed many drug tests.
All right. I don't have any other questions. You got any?
No questions.
All right. Well, I'm glad to hear that you've come to the determination that you're never going to do any mind-altering substances again. That's really, really good. If you were successful, where would you go? What's your transition plan? I don't see one. What do you think?
Well, at this time, I'm just a bit disabled, so I can't work. I'm mad now. I can't work in my kitchen no more. They won't let me go back to work. You know, so my only thing I can do is go back to school and finish up my culinary arts degree and try to cook or something like that. But I can't do too much because as time really went on, you know, I had a shutdown and everything going on in America right now. It might be a little difficult if I ain't got no outside help like housing.
Right. That's a concern for me also. That's a concern for me also. Right. So let me just tell you this, Mr. Douglas, and I'm sorry to say I'm going to have to deny your parole today because of the concern I have about your risk, but more so that your transition plan is not solid. You do need some help to plan that out better because you're not going to be successful. Even if we were to parole you today, you will not be successful. You got to have help. You've been in jail a long time and you're going to have some help. So maybe some of the transition specialist folks there at Angola can help you start planning that out a little better. Because, you know, I already mentioned, I think we told you last time, you've got some real strong opposition from the community. The district attorney and law enforcement are opposed. So that's going to be my vote today, but I encourage you to really start thinking about that future. Mr.
One
Craig.
thing I learned, Mr. It's like one thing I learned that my fist is like a teardrop it falls in the puddle and it ripples. It don't affect the victims. everybody,
right.
everybody, somebody,
More than
somebody
one.
from business, real estate.
Mr. Prater?
I concur
Mr. Frank?
with you, not him.
I concur.
Okay, so you got some work to do, Mr. Douglas. Good luck to you, sir. Today your parole's been denied.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, man.
All right.
All right, now we got you. Okay, Mr. Haggins,
Yes, ma'am.
how are you?
I have mixed emotions.
Well, we're gonna talk about it. Tell us your name and DOC number for the record.
My name is Jeff Haggins, 377-590.
That's what I got. And you have Mr. Glover. Welcome.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing?
Good, and we'll get your comments shortly.
Yes, ma'am.
First, Mr. Haggins, your case has been assigned to me. I do need to read some information into the record. You're classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced to life for second-degree murder. You were first it was life without parole, then you received parole eligibility, and so you were on parole. You served from, I think you were incarcerated from 1995 to 2000. Yeah, 25 years. I mean, to 2020. You were paroled in September of 2020, and then you were revoked.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us why you were revoked. In your words.
Ma'am?
In
Your words. I already know, so I want to know.
Yeah, yes. So I was revoked because first of all, I broke the rule of I started drinking. I made a terrible decision to start drinking. And ultimately I ended up being arrested for a DUI. And also, I was dishonest with my parole officer about the last time I drank alcohol. And she had wanted me to go and get a urine analysis done. When I got urine analysis, I failed the urine analysis for alcohol. So she had me detained because, for one, I was dishonest. For one, I was drinking. Two, I had a DUI. And three, I was dishonest with her about the last time I drank alcohol. So, understandably, it appears that to her that, I wasn't trying to stop drinking, which in all actuality at that particular time, I wasn't trying to stop drinking. I'm an alcoholic, and unfortunately, the first time, the 25 years I was here the first time, I felt like I didn't have a problem. I was in complete denial. I didn't believe I was an alcoholic. I thought and felt as if it was a phase because I came to prison at a very young age, at 17. And I felt like it was just a phase that I went through, and I didn't have no desire no more, because I've been far removed, 25 years from alcohol, but I realized.
Let me ask you a question. So at your first parole hearing, when you were paroled, you would, as a special condition, you were to get a substance abuse evaluation and follow any recommendation, whoever was that treatment provider. What were those recommendations?
The recommendations were that I go to AA meetings 3 times a week, and initially, at first, no, because of the COVID protocol. So the parole officer told me that, look, because we couldn't be in 6 feet apart or whatever. There wasn't no. He said, "You don't have to wear that," because I was going to work every day. And in all honesty, I didn't have no thoughts of anything about drinking alcohol or nothing. I was doing well.
So after COVID, after we got through all that, and by the way, during COVID, they did AA meetings by Zoom all the time, any time of day, all the time.
Correct.
So once you got out of that restricted movement, did you go to AA meetings ever?
No. After the restrictions were lifted, no, ma'am, I didn't attend. No, ma'am.
Because it's very obvious to me, you know, I take great pride in our parole success rate. And I take great pride in the success rate of the parole project. Did you go through the parole project?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
No, I know you did. And so your what I call failure, I take it very personally because I think it's my failure. It's very clear to me that you didn't follow our instructions, and we ordered those substance abuse evaluation and follow up, whatever they recommended, which we kind of knew was going to be AA meetings. And what we find, and we see it very often when people like you don't think they have a problem, I can handle it, it's no big deal. And then they quit going to the AA meetings, we see them sitting in your chair. That's where we see them. So what is your plan?
Well, my plan off top, I mean, first let me say this. I want to apologize to you, especially you and the members of the board, for my failure. I own it. I shouldn't have never took the decision to drink alcohol. Number one, because that was a rule, and I broke it, and I apologize deeply for it. But my plans is to continue in my recovery, going to AA meetings as regular as possible, keeping in constant communication with my sponsor, with my peer support from STR, from the STR program that I completed here with Miss Laura Stone, and with Mr. Tyrone Glover, who I'll be working closely with if I'm reinstated parole. So, and we'll be speaking at different schools and everything because that's part of the community outreach that he's involved in, that he spearheads, and so I'll be closely tied in with him doing that. So that's my plan. I mean, first and foremost is AA, because I realize, you know, when a person is sick, they go to the hospital. Well, to get treated. Well, this is a sickness. It's a disease, alcoholism. So I know that I need AA because that's going to keep me in sober.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Let me ask the warden, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Haggins?
Oh, yes, ma'am. You know, when I've been back about a year, Jeffrey and I have had a lot of talks about his alcoholism in that year. I brought him back up to the ranch house where he teaches reentry skills to some of the reentry inmates. You know, he's an excellent tradesman in anything he does. His conduct is excellent, 0 write-ups since he's been back. He's completed his victim awareness, thinking to win. He did his letter of accountability. I think he did that to his probation officer.
Parole officer. Yes,
Parole officer. He's completed the STAR program, and I know that he attends AA meetings every Saturday. I don't know if he goes in more often than that, but I know on Saturdays he's there. And he's completed his anger management. You know, Jeffrey is he's a mild guy here. And I think now he's got to come to terms that he is an alcoholic and he'll always be an alcoholic.
Good to hear. Thank you, sir. Mr. Glover, what would you like us to know about the Jeff Haggins you know?
Yes, ma'am. Well, first giving honor to God who's head of my life, this honorable board, Warden Benoit, Warden Olivo, and the rest of the administration here. The Jeff that I know and have grown to know, my program on the outside is called Redemption, and we get that from Congressman Clay Higgins, where I'm the field representative and community outreach coordinator. And inside of Angola State Prison, we have the Louisiana State Prison Citizen Inmate Roundtable, where we work with Warden Benoit, Secretary Westcott, Chief DOC, Seth Smith. We all work together, and you're not just volunteered for that table, you're chosen for that table. So I communicated with Jeff over the past year and let him know I've dealt with alcoholism with my brother. I've watched it take him out. I've watched cirrhosis of the liver. So I told him he will have to, call me once a week. He have to come with me to different schools in our district because he's part of the 3rd Congressional District. He have to come to those schools and speak to students about accountability of drinking and driving. And not only that, I have a building 100 by 100, and if he would like, I would like him to be my partner in building a program, not only to help and teach young people a trade before they get in trouble, but while they're getting their GED or their high school diploma, and we're going to continue to just work this business together. That way he'll have resources. So I plan to stay in his life the rest of his life. That's my commitment to Jeff.
Good to hear. Thank you. So Jeff, I'm glad to hear you say you've confronted your alcoholism, I guess is the way to say it.
Yes, ma'am.
It's with you for the rest of your life. I'm going to sit back. Do you have any questions?
So, I'm looking back, it looks like, I don't have any, I was looking at the last revocation hearing and see what everybody, one of them had tried to send you in lieu of revocation of treatment. The other two voted to revoke. And you said you took the STAR since you've been back?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I need to get more familiar with that program. Okay, no, I really don't have any questions.
All right. Well, I think we're done with our questions. I'm ready to vote. I was real mad at you. I didn't know what I was going to do today. But I've really studied the information provided and listened very carefully to what you said, and the fact that you confronted it and come to terms with it. You got to deal with it. I'm willing to grant your parole today. With the special condition, you do remain connected with Mr. Glover. And that you do every week, at least twice a week, more often if you can, AA meetings. Because there's other folks there that you help when you participate in those meetings. Not just you, but you're helping the group. And then continue with the curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. unless you're at work or church, and until your parole officer thinks that's no longer necessary. Mr. Prater?
Concur. I deny. I'm sorry, you was back in life and you did that, and there's so many other people in there that would kill to have that opportunity. Well, I shouldn't have said it like that, but anyway, I think you need to learn a little bit more of a lesson before we grant you that you just can't go out there, and think you can do these type things when people have entrusted you so much. I mean, like she said, when we put a vote like this out there, I mean, we're putting our reputations out there too, and then you go out and violate it. It's not good. So I think he needs to do a little bit more time and reapply. But my vote today is to deny.
And Jeff, it takes a unanimous vote. So you got
Yes,
two
ma'am.
positive, one that was not favorable to your request. So today your parole's been denied. Keep working hard, participate in AA, you can reapply. Good luck.
Good day.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you, Richland, for accommodating us. I know y'all been waiting all day for us. Y'all were here early and we had to move on, so thanks for waiting. We have before us Mr. Creel. Y'all are muted still. Still muted.
Okay.
There you are. So thanks for accommodating us, Richland. I'd like to get the deputy to introduce herself for the record.
My name is Sergeant Arnold.
All right, thank you, Sergeant. Thanks for helping us out today. Mr. Creel, tell us your name and DOC number.
Adam Creel, 612-210.
Yes, sir. And you're classified as a third felony offender. You're currently serving a 12-year sentence, sentenced in Acadia Parish, July of 2024, for attempted possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and obstruction of justice. Your parole eligibility date is April 3rd, 2026, with good time, March 17, 2027. Is all that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to turn it over to,
Okay.
if you want to ask a few questions, Mr. Craig.
Yeah, I sure do. You're gonna be getting out in a short time anyway. It's a short time for me at least. I mean, if I was in prison, it might not seem like a short time, but you're gonna be getting out before long anyway. Tell us why you coming before us now. When your sentence reduced even further.
I was at River Bend and they told me that I had a pro hearing as long as I stayed out of trouble and didn't get in no trouble at all. Then they moved me to Richland to do the STEP program, and I just completed the STEP program, and so that's why I'm at today with everything. They put me in front of y'all before I even had the opportunity to come to Richland to do the STEP program, and I just came here in April and completed the program, graduate December 16th.
Okay.
Have you got your good time credit yet?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so that's going to move your good time date up even more.
Yes, ma'am.
So it could be the end of next year again.
You can earn 9 more months of good time.
I mean, you hadn't even been in jail long enough to ask how you've acted in jail.
Yes, sir.
I don't think that I need to ask any more questions. I'll leave it up to the board before I'm ready to vote.
Mr. Freeman.
I basically don't have any questions either. I was looking at it, you were given a 12-year sentence. You served 2.5 to 3. Your third offender, your good time is 3/17/27. And it looks like to me you hadn't earned but 3 months of good time. So you could even be out, you'll be out on good time before your parole date if you'd have got all your stuff done, but you didn't have the opportunity. I know that. Are there any more classes there he can take?
With the STEP program, he has completed all 3. Well, I'm not sure what step he started in. With the program, he has completed Thinking for a Change, Criminal Thinking, Pre-Release, and Victim Impact.
Oh, that's great.
That's great. So when y'all get those records sent in as soon as possible, because that days are gonna knock you. He'll be out when he gets his.
But we're not trying to make light of what you did.
Right. We're just
by getting you out in a hurry. That's not the purpose here.
Yes, sir.
You still got to come for us if you
mess up.
Anyway, my vote to deny.
All right, Mr. Freeman.
My vote is to deny proximity of good time date, which may end up being before his parole date.
And Mr. Creel, my vote is to deny based on the opposition that's been expressed and frankly, the severity of the crime.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
for us been denied. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I was going to get out of the
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey.
Alright. They'll be right. Let me get you a pair of earphones. There's a lot going on in here.
What?
Let me get you a pair of headphones. There's a lot going on in the GP room so you can hear them better. Just give me just a second.
Drug screen. Come with me. Come with me. No, they can do, you don't have to be here. You got anything wrong? All work. All
Okay, call them and tell them that you're on here, okay? But there they are.
We're here. All right, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good. So, sir, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name, your DOC number.
Larry Wiley, 252871.
All right, Mr. Wiley, you're here for a revocation decision this morning, this afternoon, rather. We're going to put up a document up on the screen. I need you to look at it and tell us if you recall signing that document.
Yes, ma'am. Look here, I ain't got no glasses. I can't see. I can't read real good. I mean, they won't let me get my glasses in here or nothing else.
Well, can you see us?
Yeah, we in lockdown. I mean,
That's
it's more dope in here than it is on the street.
Yeah. Maybe, can you put up this form?
I can just barely see. I can't hardly hear real good.
Oh, hold on.
I know I signed some papers, you know, when them people, when they come up here.
Yeah, can you see that? Can you see that on the screen?
I can see something look like X's or something.
Yeah, and down below that is your signature, it looks like. Is that your
Yeah.
signature?
I
That's your
could have
signature.
signed, I could have signed it.
Yes or no? All right,
Yeah.
let me tell you what it said. Can you read and write?
No, ma'am.
You cannot read and write.
I'm dyslexic.
Well, but that doesn't prevent you from, it's more difficult for you to read, but that doesn't mean you can't read.
I can't read. I have tried, lady, for years and years to learn. I just can't learn. I can read a few words. That's about it.
So listen, we're here for a revocation decision. Do you need an appointed lawyer?
Yeah, I think I do.
Or do you want to proceed today?
I can go. Ma'am, I got nothing. I got nothing. You know what I'm saying?
And you cannot read and write.
No, ma'am.
Do you understand the charges against you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, can you speak on your own behalf?
Well, I went to court yesterday and they put me off for another month to, I think it's 26 next month.
All right, listen, so we do see that, you know, we're here to determine about revocation because you're accused of criminal activity. We knew you had a court date yesterday, but you're saying they postponed that?
Yes,
Push
ma'am.
that out? So we believe we're going to need to continue today's case until they resolve that issue. So we can't hear your case today.
Okay, so that's what I was wondering, if y'all was gonna wait till they convict me down there or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
That's what we want to do. So that's how we're going to handle it. In the meantime, I'll double check to see if you're eligible for us to appoint a lawyer for your revocation proceeding. You may or may not qualify. That's really not up to me to determine, but we'll check on it.
Yes, ma'am. Well, listen, I need to ask y'all something. How much of this time I gotta back up?
10 years.
No, it won't be the full 10 years. You'll go back and then they'll give you a new date. They'll recalculate your dates and you'll have new dates for a parole hearing, just like this.
Well,
if you get revoked, you'll have so long to reapply.
But
we're gonna see you again before that happens.
Yeah, we're gonna talk to you before all that happens.
Unless you want to self-revoke yourself. Is that what you're thinking about doing?
Man, I don't know, I messed up, but like I said, I'm really, oh, you saying I got to do the whole 10 years?
No, sir, I just. That's.
Well, I'm not
You be
time
doing,
count, but you would not do the whole 10 years.
but you be
unless
doing
you
a pretty
really
good bit
mess
of time. I don't want to mislead you.
Yeah, half is the most.
I do half of it?
No, I'm just thinking in my mind, I would think that would be the most, but I'm not time count, so.
We don't do those calculations.
But
so-
no, it would not be the full 10.
If not be full 10 though, huh?
So that's your option today. We'll continue till after you go to court, or you can revoke yourself today. What is it gonna be?
Oh, ma'am, I think I'm gonna just go to court, but that's
Okay.
that's what I'm wondering though, you know.
Okay.
I get off at 2:36 of parole. I had to do that whole 10 years.
I don't know. We can't answer that for you today. So we'll see you again after you
My motion.
finish your court.
Don't make the motion.
Yeah, Mr. Prater.
Okay, my vote is that we continue this. And I want to tell you, you need to stay away from that dope out there. You say it's easy to get into prison. Don't be getting any of it. You don't need some other body part to go bad on you.
Mr. Freeman.
I agree. We will continue to disposition of charge.
And my vote also is to continue. So we'll see you again after you go to court. Good luck to you, sir.